on the Rogues Streaming Network. This is Medford Rogues Baseball.
Full swing and a miss, the throw over to second base, and the tag is going to be in time. It's a double play. Strike him out, throw him out. That's hit well. Deep shot, deep right field. That ball is a definite no-doubter.
Rogues Baseball is on the air.
Base running wins games, in my opinion. My philosophy is to create chaos on the base paths.
Rogue Valley, are you ready? Let's send it out to the ballpark. Here is the voice of your Rogues, Brian Welch. It is a beautiful Tuesday evening in the Rogue Valley. It's game 1 of 2 between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Hi everybody, my name is Brian Welch, the Rogue Streaming Network. Happy to have you aboard wherever you may be tuning in. And welcome to the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. Does your pool or hot tub need repairs? Call the Awesome Pool Guy, CCB 255-795. Medford 13-5 overall in the season, 2-2 in Pacific Empire League action. Medford able to even up the series on Father's Day against the Solano Mudcats, getting the sweep in the doubleheader, taking care of business. The Mudcats 9-3 in game 1. In Game 2, taking care of business, the nightcap, 12-6 against Solano. In Game 1, Medford trailed out of the gate 1-0, but the Rogues scored 2 runs that first inning off a pass ball and a walk for a run, and Solano answered back in the 4th inning, scoring twice, but the Rogues able to respond back, putting up a 4 spot in that inning, and it was a lot of fun. 4 runs in the 4th, 2 runs in the 5th, 1 run in the bottom half of inning number 6, and the Rogues got it across the finish line. Also a great pitching performance from Herman Luna, who went the complete way. And Herman Luna will be joining us a little bit later in the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. He's our Rogues player spotlight, and that was able to set the table for the Rogues in Game 2. And how about the Rogues in Game 1 actually having a season-high 8 stolen bases in the game. And Herman Luna finding a way to get the job done as well. Game 2 went the way of the Rogues as well, putting up a 7 spot in the 5th inning. You think about what happened in that game against the Mudcats, that nightcap to close out Father's Day. It was a 2-0 lead for Solano in the top half of inning number 1 with a 2-run homer from Derek Bartram. And then it was a 3-0 lead for the Mudcats. Rogues tacked on a run in the home half of inning number 2. Then played 2 runs in the 4th, 7 runs in the 5th, and got 2 runs across in the bottom half of inning number 6 to get this one across. And the Rogues are 2-2 in Pacific Empire League action. Let's take a look at the Pacific Empire League standings. That's brought to you by our good friends Kramer Cabinets. Lincoln's atop the league with a record of 4-1. Healdsburg not far behind. They are 3-1. Solano's in 3rd place. They are 4-2. Your Medford Rogues 2-2. They're in 4th place. Those West Coast Kings, they're 3-3. Humboldt's 1-2. And Marysville is in the basement. They are 1-7. Speaking of the West Coast Kings, take a look at the opposition. The West Coast Kings 12-7 overall in 2026. 3-3 in Pacific Empire League action, led by head coach Kyle Gross. And this is the team that has been fun to watch so far in 2026, getting a big victory against the Healdsburg Prune Packers at Recreation Park. The West Coast Kings actually play all road games. So they've been the Road Warriors so far in 2026, and they've been the Road Warriors for the last couple of years, and they are not afraid of playing at the big environments in the Pacific Empire League. You think about what they've done so far in league play, those 3 wins, 2 wins against the Marysville Giants, and that 1 win against the Healdsburg Prune Packers. The only time these 2 teams saw each other last year was the final series to close out the home portion of the 2025 campaign. Rogues took 2 out of 3 against the West Coast Kings. Take a look at the starting pitchers for the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Going for the Rogues, it is Aiden Bowman, who works with a fastball, that curveball, and the splitter. And this season for Aiden Bowman, he's going to be facing a good West Coast Kings lineup. Aiden Bowman so far this season, 3 games, 2 starts, gets start number 3 of 2026. 7 1/3 innings pitched so far, 6 strikeouts, 3 walks, ERA 4.91. 1 win, no losses, and no saves. Going for the West Coast Kings, it is Alex Hawking, currently in the transfer portal, previously at Cal State East Bay, the Division II school in the Bay Area. He works with a fastball, slider, and the changeup. Hawking this season in the summer, ERA of 5.68, no wins, no losses, 3 appearances and 2 starts, 6 1/3 innings pitched. And opposing batters hitting .389 against him in 2026. Speaking of the out-of-town scoreboard, and as well, we took a look at the stands. Take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. That's brought to you by our good friends at Kramer Cabinets. Couple of other games going on currently. Keep an eye on that. Lincoln taking on Healdsburg tonight, and the Marysville Giants making their way up to the Redwood Curtin to take on the Humboldt Crabs. They are just about to get going, and that at 7 p.m. Once again, welcome to the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. I was able to sit down with our Rogues player spotlight, the guy who threw the complete game on Sunday, Herman Luna, plus we go one-on-one with head coach Kevin Olmstead. First pitch scheduled for 6:35 p.m. on a gorgeous Tuesday evening in the Rogue Valley. Game 1 of 2 between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Keep it locked in on the Rogue Streaming Network. wdere Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, wdere Medford Airport is pet friendly as well. Book a stay at wdere Medford Airport at wdere.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay. Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3- and 4-bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet-friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates. Welcome back to the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. It's time to get rowdy. This is our Rogues Player Spotlight, and our guest today is from Corcoran, California, a guy who threw the complete game on Sunday, Herman Luna. Herman, how are you?
I'm doing good, Brian. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, my friend. Take me through the process of throwing a complete game.
It wasn't easy. I talked to Kev earlier in the week. He pushed my start back because he gave me the 7-inning game, told me it was my game, and told me to go out there and compete. It was my first time this summer throwing a midday game, so, the sun played a pretty good part. But other than that, I had a job to go do, so I had to go get it done. I needed to save the bullpen as well. We had quite a bit of games, used quite a bit of arms. So, I just felt like that game was mine, and it worked out fine. I went all 7, gave up 1 earned, and biggest part, we got the victory.
And that was the game that the Rogues snapped that 4-game losing streak. From your perspective, everybody in that dugout, was that kind of a sigh of relief when the 4-game losing streak was snapped?
Yeah, definitely. It was a tough 4-game stretch. We were just trying to do too much a little bit. We need to get back to Rogues baseball, and I mainly wanted to do it for the team. Most importantly, it was our first conference win as well of the 2026 season. But the dugout was fired up. They were behind me all game, and it fired me up. Yeah.
You were here last year, and you're here this year. There's a big difference from the clubhouse vibe from last year to this year. How cool is it to have everybody have each other's backs in that dugout?
It's awesome, man. We all got here a day early, 2 days early. We started hanging out as soon as we got here just to build the team chemistry. We had a lot of new guys this year. We only had a handful of returners. So, we wanted to build that team chemistry before we got on the field. And, it just makes it a lot easier to win ball games when you communicate better.
And I did touch on, this is your second year in the Rogue Valley. What did you learn about yourself in year 1 as a Rogues member?
Honestly, I learned a lot. I feel like I developed from last year going into my season for school and then coming back this year and developing more, not just as a pitcher, but as a man as well. I just wanted to work on some craft, and Kevin's allowing me to work on it. But, the league is wide open this year as well. The competition's a lot better. But, it's just the same. Play Rogues baseball and go win.
And you went to school at Stanislaus State, and you just graduated. So what's the plan after graduation?
The plan is go use my bachelor's degree for something I want to do in the future. If I don't go play any pro ball or anything like that, like indie ball, just go and try to work with something in my field. But, the plan is to go play indie ball and pro ball for sure.
And remind me, what was your major again at Stanislaus State?
It was psychology. Yeah, good old psychology. Just finished up a couple weeks ago. But, it was a tough ride, but I got it done.
Do you use a lot of what you learned in your major when you're on the hill?
Not too much. I just, a lot of deep breaths, just keep my composure down. Don't let the emotions get too high or too low. Just kind of stay neutral throughout the whole outing.
And we were talking about this a couple of weeks ago, about one of the things you do when you're off the field, besides playing golf, is you play cornhole.
Yeah, I play a lot of cornhole back at home. That's pretty much what I do on my off time if I'm not throwing a baseball or working out. My dad kind of introduced it to me as a little kid, and ever since then I just wanted to get better, of course. And I love playing cornhole. I could play it all day.
And it helps you out with the arm after a game, right?
Yeah, a little recovery. You don't want to throw a baseball. Might as well just go throw bags and just compete on that instead.
So if cornhole's on the TV, are you going to watch that?
Honestly, if you were to ask me this a couple years ago, probably not. But recently, yes, I probably would start watching cornhole. I mean, it's just something about that game. I know you just throw bags, but it's awesome. It's awesome.
A lot of strategy in cornhole and a lot of strategy in baseball. I know that this is your second year, and you talked about what you learned about in year one. What do you want to do in year two?
Just go make the playoffs and, of course, win a championship. But honestly, just keep developing as a pitcher for myself, keep doing what I'm doing throughout the year for the team, and just keep having fun.
That's well said, my friend. All right, it's before the game. You're going to the gas station. What's that one thing you're getting?
I'm definitely getting a Snickers bar and 2 zero-sugar Gatorades for sure.
Any flavor?
I'll go lime, and I got the strawberry this time.
And then if you're not starting that day, but you're going to Dutch, what's that order?
Man, if I'm going to Dutch, I'm most likely getting a Golden Eagle ice for sure. I'm sure you've seen me with Dutch a couple of times out here.
So how many times do you go to Dutch in a week?
Honestly, not too much, maybe 2-3 times. But, I mean, it's just so convenient. It's right there down the street. But you definitely won't have me catch me having Dutch on the start, though.
You want to give a shout out to anybody?
Yeah, definitely shout out to my parents, my grandpa. Miss them. They're watching back home. Love them, of course. And just thank you for supporting me to allow me to be out here. And, yeah.
Well, that's good to hear, my friend. Herman, thank you so much for hopping on the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. Good luck out here this week, and have a great rest of the summer.
Thank you, Brian. You as well.
That is our Rogues Player Spotlight. Herman Luna, when we come right back after this, we go one-on-one with head coach Kevin Olmstead. Game 1 and 2 between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Keep it locked in on the Rogue Streaming Network. Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3- and 4-bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet-friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates. We are getting closer to first pitch between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. It's time to go one-on-one with the coach, Kevin Olmstead. Coach, how are you? Happy Tuesday.
Brian, I'm doing well. Happy Tuesday. It's a great day at the office.
It is a great day at the office and a great Father's Day win for the Rogues. 2 big victories in that doubleheader. First of all, Herman Luna going a complete game, and that kind of set the table. What happened in that game 2, a 7-run inning. It was probably a great bounce-back day with 2 games for the Rogues.
Yeah, much needed, just especially with doing poorly, not to our expectations, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and Saturday. And so I'm super proud of the guys for responding well, creating good momentum going into this week. We just have to clean up some things, and we have to continue to just work on our craft.
And last year was a 10-game loser streak. There was a 4-game loser streak last week. What did you learn about how tough this team is?
Yeah, they're resilient, man. They really care for one another. They have a really good relationship for each other, so they want to perform. They want to perform well for themselves and for this team. And so that was a big jump they made on Sunday. It's almost, we'll see how this season plays out, but that could have been a blessing in disguise of the week that we had, And so for that, we just have to continue to dominate and play every game like it's our last game.
And now we're starting to get into the dog days of summer ball. We are the tail end of June, but it's a couple of games this week, a day off on Thursday, and you see Healdsburg for a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for a 3-game set. This kind of feels like this might be the most important week of the regular season.
Yeah, you could say that. Every game to me is the most important game of the season, so we just have to go in this week taking care of business, inning 1, pitch 1 against the West Coast Kings. They're going to be a good team. They're going to be a scrappy team. They're going to pitch it well, and they already beat the Healdsburg once this spring or this summer, so we have to come out ready and prepared.
And now let's go back to Sunday. That pitching performance from Herman Luna, going a complete game, second run to do it in 2 years. What did you like about how he handled himself on the hill?
Yeah, I'm proud of him, man. He knew he was throwing a complete game once he stepped on the bump. He was composed. There was a iffy part of the game where he kind of started losing his cool a little bit, but he bounced back very well. So I'm stoked for him. He's done very well so far this summer, and we'll see how he builds off that coming this weekend.
And the offense on Sunday had its moments and looked really good. Looked like that when the Rogues were on that 11-game winning streak. And what's that message to the hitters for the tonight and for the rest of the season for being able to be consistent at the dish?
Remember who you are, right? If we're pressed, if we're tense, if we're trying to do too much at the plate, it's never going to work. And that goes for infield, defensive stuff, and on the mound. So with them today, again, it's just be who you are. We're doubles hitters. We want to hit for doubles, and then we'll take the singles and we'll try to steal bags from there. But they just need to remember, get the barrel out in front, do damage early in counts. We're still struggling there with runners in scoring position. We're trying to get that perfect pitch, and we're not going to get that perfect pitch. And so our guys need to be mature enough to able to handle an outside fastball, an inside breaking ball, etc., so we could score those runs.
And one thing that stood out to me on Sunday was a little bit of aggressiveness with the base stealing and being able to take full advantage of that. Probably the first time we've seen it be taken in full shape on Sunday. I know that's one of your coaching philosophies, Coach. How did you like how the team handled that on Sunday as well?
I loved it. We got caught stealing once, and it was a moment where there's no way we should have been stealing, but again, that's a learning lesson. Yeah, man, I'm a firm believer of taking that extra base, taking 90 feet it changes baseball games. And so with them doing that stuff, us stealing late in games, us getting bunts down late in games, it changed the entire game around. And so hopefully the guys see it fully of, okay, now we can do it in an actual game. Let's freaking keep doing it. And it was, progression this summer. I knew we weren't going to potentially break the record. I don't care about breaking any record. I just want these guys to get better. I want them to learn how to steal and be aggressive on bases and, learn how to win ball games. And so they did a really good job at that on the bases on Sunday.
And you see the West Coast Kings game, one of a 2-game set. You'll see the Kings 5 times in 2026. West Coast Kings, they did beat Healdsburg. They had that secret sauce against the Prune Packers. What do you expect from the Kings tonight?
Yeah, they're going to come out aggressive. I feel like their pitchers, they have a few good arms, and they're going to, compete in the strike zone. And so for us, we just have to be ready and early and often do damage in early counts. If we do that, then I feel like we will be successful tonight.
Coach, I always ask you this question. You kind of touched on it before. Keys to victory?
Defense, defense, defense. If we win the freebie war, we're going to win this game. So we need to make sure that we're dialed in, limiting our walks, limiting our errors, and taking control of our at-bats, getting our walks, getting hit by pitch, etc.
That's good to hear. Coach, thank you so much for hopping on the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. Good luck out there tonight. We'll see you after the game.
Go Rogues, baby.
That's head coach Kevin Olmstead joining us on the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. When we come right back after this, lineups and first pitch. Game 1 of 2 between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues, scheduled for 6:35 p.m. Keep it here on the Rogue Streaming Network.
And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
It is a beautiful Tuesday evening for baseball in the Rogue Valley. Game 1 and 2 between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Hi, everybody. My name is Brian Welch, the Rogue Streaming Network. Happy to have you aboard wherever you may be tuning in. Before we give you that starting lineup, let's give you the most important words in baseball. Now we're ready to go on this Tuesday evening. Glacier blue skies overhead. Let's give you that starting lineup for the West Coast Kings, led by head coach Kyle Gross. West Coast Kings are 12-7 overall in the season, 3-3 in Pacific Empire League action. Band lead off is the left fielder Kyle Bullock. In the 2 spot is the second baseman EJ Cord. In the 3 hole is the center fielder Clayton Miles. Cleanup man is the catcher Caleb Hendricks. Batting in the 5 spot is the right fielder Wyatt Miyamoto. The third baseman Jimmy McAneven is the 6th hitter. The DH man is Ryan Hubbard. In the 8th spot is the first baseman Zach Altamura, and the shortstop is Blake Porter. So it's Bullock, Cord, Miles, Hendricks, Miyamoto, McAneven, Hubbard, Altamura, and Porter. West Coast Kings 12-7 overall in the season, 3-3 in Pacific Empire League action. A couple of wins against the Marysville Giants and 1 win against the Healdsburg Prune Packers. Prune Packers come up to the Rogue Valley on Friday for the first of a 3-game set at 6:35 p.m. But right now, the star of the show, Aiden Bowman, getting his warm-up tosses in right now. Aiden, who works with a fastball, curveball, and the splitter, getting his warm-up tosses in as we speak. Rogues in their green and black jerseys, white pants for this one. And the West Coast Kings going with the gray uniforms, yellow numbering, white outline, and the white pants. It's 325 down the line in left and right field, 400 straight away center. And the power rallies in left and right center is 407. Aiden Bowman this season gave you his numbers a little bit ago, but a little bit of a refresher. Gets his 3rd start of 2026, 7 1/3 innings pitched, 8 runs, 8 hits, 4 runs, 6 strikeouts, 3 walks, 4.91 ERA, 1 win, no losses in this 2026 campaign. First batter Aiden Bowman faces on this beautiful Tuesday evening is the left fielder John Bullock. Pull up your favorite chair. Medford Rogues baseball is on the air. Rogues about to embark in the dog days of summer. Second series and league action right against left to begin this Tuesday night affair. First offering from Aiden Bowman comes home. First pitch hits that softly right to Jaden Neugebauer at shortstop, and John Bullock lines out to the shortstop, Jaden Neugebauer, and we're underway at 6:37 p.m. in the Rogue Valley. Glacier blue skies overhead, not a cloud in sight. Forgot to give you the wind report during the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. And, of course, the wind is blowing into the ballpark on this Tuesday evening. Bases empty, 1 out. Here's the West Coast Kings second baseman, EJ Cord. We'll give you the defense is backing up the starter. Aiden Bowman will be right after this first pitch. First offering home. First pitch misses low. 1 ball, no strikes. Around the horn from third to first, it's Macy, Neugebauer, Behrmann, and Koester. In the outfield from left to right for the Rogues, it's Evan Saito, and Olsen. We'll talk about Quentin Olsen making his Medford Rogues debut tonight. And behind the disc catching is Chris Ortiz. Strike 1 pitch, misses down and out with a slider. 2 balls, no strikes. Calling the balls and strikes tonight, Andrew Herbold. Over at first base is Dan Conklin. And the third base umpire is Dave Purcell. EJ Cord at the dish, stands in on that third base side in the batter's box. Head 2-0. 2-0, fouls it off to the screen. 2 balls, 1 strike. Cord, the infielder from Sierra College, from Berkeley, California. In the spring for Sierra College, averaged .260. Infield playing deep around the horn. Outfield playing deep and straight away. Evan Saito, the center fielder for the Rogues, playing a couple of steps into left center. 2 balls, 1 strike, the pitch. 2-1, hits it in the air. Left field going to his right is Trey Conte. That's going to drop down for a hit right by the food for less side in left field. Rounding first and going to for second base is EJ Cord. And he gets to second base, standing up a 1-out double off the bat of EJ Cord.
Now batting the center fielder, number 2, Clayton Miles.
First hit of the evening and the series for the West Coast Kings. 1 on, nobody out. Here's the 3-hitter for the Kings. The center fielder, Clayton Miles, just getting underway in the top half of inning number 1. Beautiful evening for baseball in the Rogue Valley. Temperatures in the 90s, a little bit sweltering during batting practice. Aiden Bowman sets up on the first base side of the rubber. 87 degrees in the Rogue Valley. First pitch, chopper up the middle, taking his Jaden Neugebauer at short. The throw to first in time for out number 2. 6-3 on the ground out for the second out of the inning. 1 on, 2 outs. We are on the road first. Scoreless between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Here's the catcher, Caleb Hendricks, for the West Coast Kings. West Coast Kings has only hit so far in this inning from EJ Cord. He advanced over to third base during the ground out during the Clayton Miles at bat. So only 90 feet away is the West Coast Kings. West Coast Kings 3-3 in Pacific Empire League action. First offering home. Fastball misses low. 1 ball, no strikes. Hendricks, the catcher out of CSU Bakersfield, the road runner at the dish. Had 1 ball and no strikes. 1-0. Splitter misses down and out. 2 balls, no strikes. John Bullock lined out to Jan Neugebauer, the shortstop, to get this inning underway. E.J. Cord doubled to left field. He's at third base currently. Clayton Miles grounded out to the shortstop, Jan Neugebauer, for the second out of the inning. 2 balls, no strikes. 2-0. Misses outside. 3 balls, no strikes. Wyatt Miyamoto waits on deck for the West Coast Kings. Kings wasting no time in this road first. Takes a deep breath is Aiden Bowman. 3-0 pitch, leans to a ground ball, slow roller towards second, glove by Daniel Behrmann. The throw to first base in time for out number 3. And the side is retired. No runs, a hit, no errors, 1 left. EJ Cord left on at third base. We head to the home first right after this. West Coast Kings nothing. Medford coming up on a beautiful Tuesday evening in the Rogue Valley. Keep it here on the Rogue Streaming Network. Looking to buy or sell in the Rogue Valley? David Case of Windermere Realty has you covered. Windermere Realty has been serving the Rogue Valley for over 30 years. David, a proud husband and father, has been a broker in the Rogue Valley for almost a decade. From residential and rural to commercial, David can handle it all. Contact David Case if you're looking to buy or sell at 541-944-9330. Windermere Realty and David Case, proud supporters of Medford Rogues Baseball.
Discover the Life Plan community in the heart of the Rogue Valley. Here, your days are filled with opportunities to express yourself, engage your mind and body, and share your life with great new friends. You can connect, grow, and thrive. Our hilltop location is near world-class vineyards, the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, and the Brit Music and Arts Festival. Rogue Valley Manor, Southern Oregon's premier Life Plan community.
Beautiful Tuesday evening for baseball in the Rogue Valley. Home half of inning number 1 we go from Harry and David Field. Brian Woods back with you. Take a look at the starting lineup for the Medford Rogues, led by head coach Kevin Olmstead. Medford 13-5 overall in the season, 2-2 in Pacific Empire League action. Van lead off is the second baseman Daniel Behrmann in the 2 spot, being back in the Rogue Valley. It's the third baseman Logan Macy. The 3 hitter is the first baseman Larsen Koester. The cleanup hitter is Kian Sanchez, back in the lineup for the last couple of weeks. He was out for a bit. He's in the DH role tonight. And in the 5 hole is the catcher Chris Ortiz, and he's going to be catching tonight. The 6th hitter is the shortstop Jan Neugebauer. Evan Saito is patrolling center field. He is batting 7th. Left fielder is Trey Kotze. He's the 8th hitter. And the right fielder making his Medford Rogues debut all the way from Caboose, Oregon, Quentin Olson is in the 9th spot tonight. So it's Behrmann, Macy, Koester, Sanchez, Ortiz, Neugebauer, Saito, Kotze, and Olson. And they face the starting pitcher, Alex Hocking, young man from Cal State East Bay. Hocking this season a 5.68 ERA, no wins, no losses, 3 appearances, 2 starts, 6 1/3 innings pitched, and opposing batters hitting .389 against him in 2026. And Daniel Behrmann gets the first crack at him on this Tuesday evening. Just a picture-perfect Chamber of Commerce evening in the Rogue Valley. Glacier blue skies overhead, wind blowing 10 to 15 miles per hour into right field. Works from that first base side of the rubber is Alex Hocking. First pitch from the righty. First pitch, clips that top third, strike 1. Alex works with a fastball, slider, and the curveball, a 3-pitch mix. Pioneer from Cal State East Bay, he is currently in the transfer portal. No balls and a strike. Leans into it, foul to the right side is Daniel Behrmann. Quickly in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Daniel Behrmann, a .364 hitter so far this season, no round trippers. Trying to set the table on this Tuesday evening for the Rogues. Hocking takes a deep breath, sets, and fires the 0-2. Fastball elevated, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Daniel Behrmann has been that table setter so far for the Rogues a little bit. You've seen last game was Jonathan Walsh in that nightcap of the doubleheader against the Solano Mudcats. Daniel still is behind 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pitch, line drive, left center field, a base hit. Daniel Behrmann aboard with a leadoff single. That's a big hit. That's a nice hit by Daniel Behrmann to lead off the inning. 1 on, nobody out. Here's the third baseman, Logan Macy for the Rogues. Scoreless between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Just getting underway in game 1 of this 2-game set. Probably not just the hottest day of the year, but it's been pretty comfortable. It's a little bit toasty during batting practice. First base side of the rubber. Alex Hocking works from that. Fires the first pitch. Fastball bounces in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes. Logan Macy at the dish. Gets his Rogues debut. He has been in the dugout a couple of times. Previously at OIT, the former Owl Hootie Hoo, as the student athletes say in Klamath Falls. 1 ball, no strikes. Fastball elevated. 2 balls, no strikes. Logan Macy rocking the mustache this summer, and the mustache trend has grown in the clubhouse. Chris Ortiz is rocking the mustache as well. Dylan Finelli has been rocking the mustache. Yours truly has been rocking the mustache since 2024. 2-0 pitch. Fastball misses inside. 3 balls, no strikes. Larsen Koester waits on deck for the Rogues. Medium size, Daniel Behrmann gets the calls from Jacob Seitz. At first base, head coach Kevin Olmstead over at third base. Medium-sized lead, small lead for Daniel Behrmann at first. The 3-0 pitch. Fastball clips the outside corner. Strike 1. Outfield is playing a little bit deep, is playing deep for the West Coast Kings. The center fielder Miles playing a few steps into left center. 3 balls, no strikes. Waits. And Hocking delivers the pitch. 3-1, misses up and in, ball 4. Logan Macy takes first, puts runners at first and second.
Now batting the first baseman from Eastern Illinois University, number 43, Larsen Koester.
So 2 on, nobody out. We are in the home first. Scoreless between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Here's the first baseman for the Rogues, Larsen Koester. Gets his first at-bat of the evening. McNeven, third baseman for the West Coast Kings, playing off the bag. Center fielder Miles playing a couple of steps in the right center for the West Coast Kings. Larsen works from that first base batter's box. First pitch, instead spin and a turn. Hocking trying to bluff Daniel Behrmann. Daniel Behrmann at second base, Logan Macy at first base. Rogues trying to capitalize, and you heard from head coach Kevin Olmstead touch on this in our one-on-one conversation about capitalizing early and getting runners across. First offering. Fastball outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Larsen this season a .392 hitter, 1 round tripper, 15 runs batted in. RBI opportunity for Larsen in game 1 of this 2-game set. Hocking works from that first base side of the rubber. Rocks a bit. Takes a deep breath and the 1-0. Breaking ball. Pours in for a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now it's a day early, but you definitely know Larsen Koester's going to be thinking about trivia night tomorrow. But he didn't do a little bit of his crossword. A ball and a strike. And the pitch. Ground ball pulled to the right side, gobbled up by Altamura. The throw over to second base for 1. Porter throws it over to first in time. It's a 3-6-3 twin killing. And Daniel Behrmann advances to third base, but Logan Macy's forced out at second base. And Larsen Koester grounds into a double play. So 1 on, 2 outs. We are in the home first. Here's Kian Sanchez back in the lineup for the Rogues for the first time in the last couple of weeks. In the DH role tonight. Rogues have an RBI opportunity, trying to capitalize and trying to cash in a run. Daniel Behrmann only 90 feet away. And the Rogues definitely answered the call on Sunday afternoon in that doubleheader against the Solano Mudcats. And the operative word in that game, in those two games rather, the Rogues had fun. We'll talk about that as the evening goes on. 1 on, 2 out. Sierski and Sanchez trying to provide a little bit more offense. Infield playing deep around the horn for the West Coast Kings. First pitch, fastball finds the inside corner, strike 1. Sanchez this season a .357 hitter. 1 extra base hit, no home runs, no runs batted in yet. No balls and a strike. Ground ball pulled to the left side, picked up by the third baseman McNeven. The throw to first base in time for out number 3. And the inning comes to a close. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. Daniel Behrmann left on at third base. Alex Hocking and the West Coast Kings works around the leadoff base runner. We have played 1 in the Rogue Valley. Scoreless between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. More after this on the Rogue Streaming Network. After the game is over, are you looking for more Medford Rogues content? Plank Talk is the official podcast of the Medford Rogues. Hi, this is Brian Welch, the voice of your Rogues. Join me every week as we talk with the players, front office staff, and special guests along the way. Plank Talk drops every week during the season on the same channel you watch the Rogues. We will see you for Plank Talk. As always, go Rogues. wdere Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, wdere Medford Airport is pet friendly as well. Book a stay at wdere Medford Airport at wdere.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay. Hungry for pizza? Figaro's Pizza has you covered. From pizza to wings and even calzones, there is something for everybody at Figaro's. Order online at figaros.com or stop by our locations in Phoenix and Gold Hill. Check out our newest location, our Take and Bake food trailer in Eagle Point. Locally owned and operated, Figaro supports local schools and sports. Figaro's Pizza, proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. Scoreless between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Top half of inning number 2 we go from Harry and David Field. Just a pitcher perfect Tuesday evening in the Rogue Valley. Brian Witch with you on the Rogue Streaming Network. Evan Bowman begins his second inning on the bump. Faces 5, 6, and 7 in the West Coast Kings batting order. Wyatt Miyamoto leads off the inning, followed by Jimmy McNeven and Ryan Hubbard. Right against right to begin the road second. Right, Miyamoto stands in that third base batter's box. Evan Bowman sets up on the first base side of the rubber. First pitch, fastball misses outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Miyamoto from Whitman University, the Benicia native. 1-0 pitch. Fouls off the 1-0 down the first base side. 1 ball, 1 strike. Miyamoto this season for the West Coast Kings this summer, .250 batting average. Waits for the 1-1 from Evan Bowman. Sets up on the first base side, takes a deep breath, the 1-1. Splitter misses down and out. 2 balls, 1 strike. The spring Miyamoto hit .257, 13 runs batted in, 3 round trippers. 2 balls and a strike. Fastball dots the outside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Good command of the zone so far for Evan Bowman. Bowman still looking for his first strikeout of the evening. Righty sets up on that first base side of the rubber, takes a deep breath, and fires the 2-2. 2-2, cues it foul, and keeps the at-bat going as Miyamoto. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Takes another deep breath, and the 2-2 home again. 2-2 bounces away from Chris Ortiz, and the count fills. McNeven waits on deck for the West Coast Kings. This is the team that played some of their best baseball of the season against the Hillsburg Prune Packers in enemy territory at Recreation Park. Payoff pitch. Fastball misses down and out. Ball 4. Miyamoto takes first. Leadoff walk for the West Coast Kings. And the first walk issued by the starter, Aiden Bowman.
Number 8, Jimbo McNinnon.
1 on, nobody out. We are on the road second. Here's the third baseman for the West Coast Kings. Jimmy McNeven gets go to work, or is how they put it in the lineup card, Jimbo McNeven. Calling the offense from that first base dugout is Kyle Gross. Great conversation with Coach Kyle before batting practice. Middle infield for the Rogues, definitely thinking of turning 2. First pitch, fastball misses down and out. 1 ball, no strikes. McNeven at the dish. From Alani Junior College in California. A .444 hitter so far this summer. Has 9 runs batted in this season. 1-0 pitch. Misses outside, ball 2. And Aiden Bowman struggling to find the strike zone. Chris Ortiz has done a pretty good job trying to frame it up on that outer third, but no dice, says the home plate umpire, Andrew Herbold. 2 balls, no strikes. Takes a deep breath. Is Aiden, and the pitch. 2-0. Fastball right down the boulevard. Strike 1. Outfield is playing, starting to play in a bit. Evan Saito playing straight in center field. Trey Conce playing deep. Olsen playing deep as well. 2-1 home. Breaking ball pours in for a strike on the top third, and the count goes square. So it was Aiden Bowman behind 2 balls and no strikes, gets the count to go square. As a base runner at first base, Miyamoto, small lead. Larsen Koester holding the runner. 2 balls, no strikes. And the pitch. 2-0. Swings at a slider and fouls it off into the third base dugout. Rogues players have to make sure not to get hit. We'll do it again. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. McNeven. Ryan Hubbard waits on deck for the West Coast Kings. Two and 2 home. Runner goes. Fastball misses downstairs. A throw over to second base, and the tag not in time. Miyamoto still second base. So the count goes full, and they eliminate the opportunity to turn 2. West Coast Kings cooking something up in the road second. Now this makes it the most important pitch so far in this at-bat, and as well as in this early part of this game. Aiden works on that first base side of the rubber. Takes a deep breath. And fires a pitch. Payoff pitch, misses downstairs. Ball 4. Jimmy McNeven takes first. Back-to-back walks issued by the starter, Aiden Bowman. So a 2 on, nobody out. Here's the DH man in the 7th spot for the West Coast Kings, Ryan Hubbard. And it is a conference on the hill between Chris Ortiz and Aiden Bowman. This Pause the Action is brought to you by Figaro's Pizza. From pizza to wings, even calzones, Figaro's Pizza has you covered. Order online at figaros.com or come by our locations in Phoenix, Gold Hill, and our newest location in Eagle Point, locally owned and operated, and a proud supporter of sports and your Rogues. We're also brought to you by the Awesome Pool Guy. Need to replace your vinyl pool liner? Call the Awesome Pool Guy, CCB 255-795. Conference broken up. And we go back to work once again. 2 on, nobody out. We are on the road second, scoreless between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Here's the DH man for the Kings, Ryan Hubbard. He is in the 7th spot in the lineup for the Kings. Right against right. Scores for a bunt. First baseman Larsen Koester closes in. First pitch misses low. 1 ball, no strikes. You can definitely turn 2 if you are the Rogues. Bowman sets up on the first base side. Larsen Koester, the first baseman, closes in on the grass. 1-0, bunts it, and it fouls off to the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ryan Hubbard, the batter for the West Coast Kings. Catcher from Santa Clara. Hubbard this season, a .500 hitter, 2 games so far this season, 2 at-bats. Has 2 runs batted in so far in 2026 in the summer. Larsen Koester closes in on the grass. The 1 ball and a strike. Pulls the bat back to throw over to second base. And just chases back Miyamoto to second base. 2 balls, 1 strike. And the Kings putting the Rogues on their heels in the early part of this second inning. Trying to utilize the small ball. And Behrmann facing adversity. Still nobody out in this inning. Behrmann sets up on the first base side of the rubber. Glances at second base, and Miyamoto glances back at the dish. 2-1 pitch. Fastball right down the boulevard. And the count goes square. And a little bit of activity now for the Rogues bullpen. And Behrmann only gave up a double back in the first. 2-2 home. Ground ball, that's a fair ball down the third base line, and it bounces into the corner. 1 runs easily in, and going to third base, and it's a double. Ryan Hubbard drives in the first run of the evening. It's a 1-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. Miyamoto scores from second base. McNeven goes to third. Hubbard at second base on the RBI double. Here's the 8-hitter for the Kings. Zach Altamura playing at first base tonight. West Coast Kings 1, Medford 0. We are in the road second. So right against right. Aiden Behrmann trying to provide a little bit of relief defensively. Ground ball to left side, stabs at it is Logan Macy at third base. The throw is dug out in time by Larsen Koester. 5-3 on the ground out, RBI ground out for Altamura. And advances McNeven. McNeven scores from third. Hubbard goes to second, so it's a 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. West Coast Kings 2, Medford 0. All of 2 outs in the inning. West Coast Kings finding ways to capitalize, and it all came from those 2 walks issued by Aiden Behrmann to start off the inning for Miyamoto and McNeven. RBI's double from Hubbard. A 5-3 RBI ground out from Altamura. Here's the shortstop, the 9-hitter for the West Coast Kings, Blake Porter. First pitch misses low, 1 ball, no strikes. Porter, the infielder from the University of San Francisco. Porter this season, a .333 hitter for the Kings. 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0, fastball, dots the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 runs on 1 hit in this inning. And Aiden Behrmann trying to minimize the damage. A ball and a strike. Misses inside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Two and 1. Hits down the air, shallow center field, tracking it down as Evan Saito, the center fielder, on the run, makes the grab, and tagging. Now that is actually for the first out of the inning. A good relay throw, I should say. That's for out number 2 now. My apologies, I jumped the gun a bit. So now 1 on, 2 outs. We are on the road second. We go back to the top of the order with John Bullock. 0 for 1 so far this evening. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. Jumped the gun a bit there on this Tuesday evening. But right now, if you are the Rogues, this is a big opportunity to slam the door on the West Coast Kings. John Bullock lined down to the shortstop, Jan Neugebauer, to begin the Tuesday evening. Right against left, first pitch. Fastball misses outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Forgot to talk about John Bullock's numbers in his first at-bat. .273 hitter so far in the summer. Bullock does not have any runs batted in. 1 ball, no strikes. Works on that first base side of the rubber is Behrmann. Infield playing deep around the horn for the Rogues. 1-0 pitch, misses outside at 2 balls, no strikes.
I got a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell.
At third base is Ryan Hubbard. 2 balls, no strikes. And the pitch. 2-0. Fastball misses low again. 3 balls, no strikes. Wind is picking up just a tiny bit. Stars and Stripes blowing softly. Three balls, no strikes. Behrmann takes a deep breath and fires at home, scores for a bunt. Fastball misses outside, ball 4, and he takes first. Bullock puts runners at the corners now, and now Jacob Seitz, assistant coach, heads out to talk with Aiden Behrmann. Third walk issued so far in the inning, all of 2 outs. This is kind of a good chance to huddle up the whole entire infield just to talk about what has gone on so far in this inning. You think about what has happened so far in this road second. Miyamoto drew a walk to lead off the inning. McNeven drew a walk, and an RBI double from Ryan Hubbard drove in Miyamoto for the first run of the evening. 5-3 RBI ground out from Altamura drove in the second run of the evening. Porter flew out to flight out to the center fielder Evan Saito for the second out of the inning, and now Bullock drawing a walk, puts runners at the corners. 2 outs, 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. We are in the road second, game 1 of this 2-game set between the West Coast Kings and the Rogues. First of 5 meetings between the 2 programs this season. West Coast Kings, who do not play any home games, they'll come back up to the Rogue Valley for the final home series of this 2026 campaign right here at Harry and David Field. So runners at the corners. Here's E.J. Cord, the second baseman. He's 1 for 1 so far. Trying to extend the inning. First pitch swinging. Hits that sky high in the air. Right center field. Going to his right is Olsen. Olsen makes the one-hand grab for out number 3. And the side is retired. 2 runs come across on 1 hit. No errors committed. And 2 left on. John Bullock left on at first base. Hubbard left on at third. We headed the home second right after this. West Coast Kings 2, Medford nothing. Rogues due up with Chris Ortiz, Jay Neugebauer, and Evan Saito. Beautiful evening for baseball in the Rogue Valley. Keep it here on the Rogue Streaming Network. Rogue CN Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, Rogue CN Medford Airport is pet friendly as well. Book a stay at Rogue CN Medford Airport at roguegreenscn.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay. Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3- and 4-bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet-friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates. West Coast Kings 2, Medford nothing. Bottom of 2 from Harry and David Field. Brian Witchmack with you on the Rogue Streaming Network. Happy to have you aboard wherever you may be tuning in. Chris Ortiz, Jay Neugebauer, and Evan Saito due up for the Rogues. 5, 6, and 7. Rogues trying to respond after West Coast Kings put up a 2 spot in the top of this inning. And Chris Ortiz leads off the home half of inning number 2, facing Alex Hawking for the first time this evening. Alex giving up a single and issuing a walk, but had a 3-6-3 double play and a ground out to escape the home half of the first. The righty delivers the first pitch. Fastball misses upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Chris Ortiz at the dish, a .326 hitter this season. 2 doubles, 1 triple so far this summer. Hawking works from that first base side of the rubber. The 1-0 pitch hits that in the air. Sky high, left center field. Circling to his right is the center fielder Miles, and he makes the one-hand grab for out number 1. Ortiz flies out for the first out of the inning. Base is empty, 1 out. We are on the bottom of 2. West Coast Kings 2, Medford nothing. Here's the shortstop, Jay Neugebauer. His first trip of the evening, the Chico native. Settles in for his first trip on this Tuesday evening. Infield playing deep around the horn for the West Coast Kings. Outfield playing deep and straight away. Miles, the center fielder, playing way into right center. First pitch. Misses outside at 1 ball. No strikes. Jay Neugebauer this season, a .362 hitter. No home runs. 1 triple. 1 double. Hawkins delivers the 1-0 pitch. Hits that, knuckles it in the air, softly right center field. That's going to be caught by the second baseman Cord with a diving effort. And Jay Neugebauer robbed in shallow center.
Now batting the center fielder from Cal State University.
So quickly 2 up and 2 down in the home second. Here's the seven here, the center fielder for the Rogues, Evan Saito. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings, game 1 of this 2-game set. Rogues have the day off on Thursday, then the Longhorns with the Healdsburg Prune Packers Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Evan Saito, our guy we had on for episode 9 of Plain Talk yesterday, live from Ferment and Fire, will be down in Phoenix for the Foodering. First pitch, fastball misses upstairs, ball 1. It's going to be a lot of fun. That will be from 4:30 to 5:30 on the Rogue Streaming Network. You can come out and watch the show and be able to ask some questions, win some prizes. 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0, knuckles that in the air, pops it up first base side. Altamura, the first baseman, giving chase, and he runs out of room, and it's going to land on the grass berm. The kid's chasing it. 1 ball, 1 strike. Saito this season a .342 hitter. No long balls yet. 8 runs batted in, but more importantly, no extra base hits and no triples. 1 ball and a strike. Breaking ball, clips that top third. Strike 2. Trey Kotze waits on deck for the Rogues. Rogues having a couple of the base runners on in that first inning. Daniel Behrmann led off the first with a single. Logan Macy drew a walk, but was caught up in that 3-6-3 twin killing. And 1-2 slider fouled off. We'll do it again. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes for Evan Saito. And then Kian Sanchez grounded out to the third baseman McNiven to close the book on the first. Hawking works on that first base side of the rubber. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2, topped up. Taps it, pops it up behind the dish. Hendricks takes the mask off, trying to track it down, makes a sliding grab for effect. And Evan Saito pops out for the third and final out of the inning. Rogues go in order 1, 2, 3. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. We have played 2 in the Rogue Valley. All West Coast Kings on this Tuesday evening at Harry and David Field. West Coast Kings 2, Medford nothing. More after this on the Rogue Streaming Network. Looking to buy or sell in the Rogue Valley? David Case of Windermere Realty has you covered. Windermere Realty has been serving the Rogue Valley for over 30 years. David, a proud husband and father, has been a broker in the Rogue Valley for almost a decade. From residential and rural to commercial, David can handle it all. Contact David Case if you're looking to buy or sell at 541-944-9330. Windermere Realty and David Case, proud supporters of Medford Rogues Baseball.
Discover the Life Plan community in the heart of the Rogue Valley. Here, your days are filled with opportunities to express yourself, engage your mind and body, and share your life with great new friends. You can connect, grow, and thrive. Our hilltop location is near world-class vineyards, the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, and the Brit Music and Arts Festival. Rogue Valley Manor, Southern Oregon's premier Life Plan community.
West Coast Kings 2, Medford nothing. Top half of inning number 3 from Harry and David Field. Brian Wilch back with you on the Rogue Streaming Network. Aiden Bowman begins his 3rd inning on the hill, facing 3, 4, and 5 in the West Coast Kings order. Clayton Miles leads off the inning, followed by Caleb Hendricks and Wyatt Miyamoto. And a little bit of a bumpy 2nd inning for Aiden Bowman, giving up 2 runs, issuing 3 walks. But got out of the inning unscathed, only giving up a 2 spot. First pitch fastball misses up and out. 1 ball, no strikes. Clayton Miles today 0 for 1. Miles from Santa Rosa Junior College, Lafayette, California native. 1-0 pitch. 1-0, clips that outer third. 1 ball, 1 strike. Miles 0 for 1 so far tonight. Grounded out to the shortstop, Jay Neugebauer. The 2nd out of the 1st. A ball and a strike. Misses outside at 2 balls, 1 strike. Caleb Hendricks waits on deck for the West Coast Kings. Infield playing deep around the horn. Aiden Bowman sets up shop on that first base side of the rubber. Takes a deep breath and fires a 2-1. Ground ball, pulled to the right side, goes to his right as Daniel Behrmann, the second baseman. The throw to first in time for out number 1. 4-3 on the ground out for the first out of the inning. Bases empty, 1 out. We are in the top of 3. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. Here's the cleanup hitter for the West Coast Kings, Caleb Hendricks, 0 for 1 so far. West Coast Kings 2, Medford nothing. Got to be efficient if you are. Aiden Bowman on the hill. Saw 4 batters in the first. Saw 7 batters. First pitch swinging, hits that in the air. Down the right field line. The right fielder Olsen giving chase. And lands on the grass berm down that first base line. Strike 1. Take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Kramer Cabinets. A couple of games going on currently in a game that might interest all of us. Lincoln and Healdsburg scoreless in the home half of it of inning number 5. No balls and a strike. Knuckles at foul, right side in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes as Hendricks. He grounded out to the second baseman, Daniel Behrmann, to close the book on the first. And then it's just getting underway between Marysville and Humboldt in the Arcata Ballpark. So 3 games in total going on, 3 league games. 0-2. Fastball, elevated, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hendricks out of CSU Bakersfield, out of the Big West. In Kern County, a lot of great music in Bakersfield. Buck Owens, 1-2. Breaking ball misses inside, and the count goes square. Merle Haggard, the Bakersfield Country Sound. I'm not going to sing any songs, but if you're a big country fan, you might recognize a couple of those names. 2-2 home. 2-2. Fastball misses up and out, and the count fills. Evan Saito, the center fielder for the Rogues, playing a couple of steps into right center. Payoff pitch. 3-2. Misses down and out. Ball 4. Caleb Hendricks takes first. 4th walk issued by Aiden Bowman this evening.
Now batting right fielder number 25, Wyatt Miyamoto.
1 on, 1 out. We are in the road to third. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. Here's Wyatt Miyamoto. Got on base in his first AB earlier in the second. Righty stands in for his second trip of the night. Rogues can definitely turn 2 to close the chapter on this inning. First pitch. Fastball hits that in the air. Going in is Evan Saito on the run. Diving grab, can't make the play. And picking it up is Trey Kotze. So it only limits the damage, puts Hendricks at second base. Wyatt Miyamoto at first base. So after giving up having Miles ground out to lead off the inning, Hendricks drew a walk. Miyamoto singles, so puts 2 on, 1 out. We are in the top half of inning number 3. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings in game 1 of this 2-game set. Here is the third baseman for the Kings, Jimmy McNeven. Drew a walk at his first at-bat earlier this evening as well. Bowman glances at second base and fires the first pitch. First pitch splitter. Misses outside at 1 ball. No strikes. Aiden issued 3 walks in the second. Only giving up 2 runs, trying to limit the damage. Wind is blowing strongly into left field, probably 10 to 15 miles per hour. You can definitely hear it on the crowd mic. Big lead for Hendricks at second base. Now gets back to medium-sized lead. 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball misses upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. And that's a call Andrew Herbold has not called all night long. And Aiden Bowman trying to nibble at that strike zone a bit. Has not gotten that call all night so far in this evening. Takes a deep breath, works on the first base side of the rubber. The 2-0 pitch. Fastball right down the boulevard. Strike 1. Two and 1. Fastball misses outside. 3 balls, 1 strike. Adversity right now for Aiden Bowman. Works on that first base side of the rubber. Only one out. Rogues can definitely turn two. 3 balls, 1 strike, and the pitch. 3-1 hits that sky high out of play on the first base side. And count goes full. 3-2. Kyle Gross calling the offense still for the West Coast Kings from that first base dugout. Base runners on at first and second. Hendricks at second base. Miyamoto at first. Ryan Hubbard waits on deck for the West Coast Kings. 3-2. Runner goes. Fastball outside. The throw to third base. And the throw's not in time. And there you are going to say a strikeout. So McNeven strikes out. First K for Aiden Bowman. Gets his first punch out of the evening to the double steal. Puts runners at second and third now. So 2 on, 2 outs. We are on the road third. And now head coach Kevin Olmstead walks swiftly out to the hill. And he takes the ball away from Aiden Bowman. Well, we have a new pitcher. We'll tell you who he is when we come right back after this. 2 on, 2 outs. Top half of inning number 3. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. And all pitching changes this season are brought to you by our good friends KTVL 10, Southern Oregon's home for sports and entertainment. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. More after this on the Rogue Streaming Network.
Planning to move? Choose Pods, the most awarded container moving company. Whether you're moving across town or across the country, Pods brings the container to you. Keep it as long as you like and pack at your own pace. When you're ready, we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure Pod storage center until you need it. And best of all, you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Book at pods.com today.
Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3- and 4-bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet-friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates. New pitcher in for the Medford Rogues. Top half of inning number 3 from Harry and David Field. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by KTVL 10, Southern Oregon's home for sports and entertainment. And the first call to the bullpen goes to Caleb Malloy. Caleb Malloy this season gets his warm-up tosses in right now. He's ready to go to work. And Caleb Malloy faces the 7-hitter in the lineup for the West Coast Kings, Ryan Hubbard. 1 for 1 so far this evening. Malloy so far this season, 1 start, 3 games, 4 1/3 innings pitched. Has an ERA of 2.08, no wins and no losses so far in 2026. Inherits runners at second and third, first pitch. Fastball misses outside, 1 ball, no strikes. You heard from Caleb in the second game of our doubleheader as our Rogues Player Spotlight. Great conversation with Caleb. And you think about where he was last year, first-year Rogue, now he's a second-year guy and has that leadership status. 1 ball, no strikes, works on the first base side of the rubber. First pitch, clips that inside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ryan Hubbard tonight, RBI double in the second inning. Got over the third base, was left stranded. This is a big inning right now for the Rogues to fan the flames and find their way to get out of this inning alive. 1 ball and a strike. Takes a deep breath as Malloy in the pitch. 1-1, misses up. 2 balls, 1 strike. Hendricks at third, Miyamoto at second base. The out so far was a ground out from Clayton Miles. McNeven struck out. 2 balls and a strike. Takes a deep breath, is Caleb, and fires the pitch. 2-1, that's hit sky high in the air. Shallow right center field. Daniel Behrmann calling everybody off. Makes the 1-hand grab, and the side is retired for out number 3.
For the Kings in the top
No
of the
runs,
third.
a hit, no errors, 2 left on. Caleb Hendricks left on at third base. Wyatt Miyamoto left on at second base. And we head to the home third right after this. Trey Kotze, Quentin Olson, and Daniel Behrmann due up. 2-0 West Coast Kings on a Tuesday evening in the Rogue Valley. Keep it here on the Rogue Streaming Network. After the game is over, are you looking for more Medford Rogues content? Plank Talk is the official podcast of the Medford Rogues. Hi, this is Brian Welch, the voice of your Rogues. Join me every week as we talk with the players, front office staff, and special guests along the way. Plank Talk drops every week during the season on the same channel you watch the Rogues. We will see you for Plank Talk. As always, go Rogues. wdere Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, wdere Medford Airport is pet friendly as well. Book a stay at wdere Medford Airport at wdere.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay. Hungry for pizza? Figaro's Pizza has you covered. From pizza to wings and even calzones, there is something for everybody at Figaro's. Order online at figaros.com or stop by our locations in Phoenix and Gold Hill. Check out our newest location, our Take and Bake food trailer in Eagle Point. Locally owned and operated, Figaro supports local schools and sports. Figaro's Pizza, proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. West Coast Kings 2, Medford nothing. Bottom half of inning number 3 from Harry and David Field. Brian Welch with you on the Rogue Streaming Network. Rogues trying to get their first run across this evening. Trey Kotze leads off the inning, followed by Quentin Olson and Daniel Behrmann facing Alex Hocking for the first time this evening. Third inning on the hill for him so far tonight. The righty sets up on that first base side of the rubber, waits, and fires the first pitch. First pitch hits that in the air. Left field going back is Bullock. Bullock circles to his right, makes the one-hand grab for out number 1. One pitch, one out to begin the third inning. Kotze flies out to left field. Base is empty, one out. Here's the right fielder, Quentin Olson. His debut in a Medford Rogues uniform, patrolling right field tonight. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. We are in the bottom of 3. And Quentin Olson from Lane Community College. That's just up the road in Eugene. Lefty goes, waits, and the first pitch from the righty. First pitch, fastball, misses outside at 1 ball, no strikes. Olson joining his college teammates Nolan Donovan and Caleb Malloy in the Rogue Valley. Quentin Olson this season played in 57 games. .339 batting average. 1 ball, no strikes, and the pitch. 1-0, breaking ball, clips that outside third. 1 ball, 1 strike. Had 19 doubles, 74 hits, 36 runs batted in. And he's from Scappoose, Oregon, just north of Portland. A ball and a strike. Fastball, swing and a miss, strike 2. Great seeing Olson, talking with him a little bit in the dugout today. And now head coach Kyle Gross for the West Coast Kings checking on his catcher Hendricks, making sure he's okay. And now Andrew Herbal's looking at the baseball. 1 ball and 2 strikes still to Quentin Olson. Daniel Behrmann waits on deck. Even the third baseman for the West Coast Kings playing off the bag at third. Outfield starting to shade a bit to the right. Miles in right center. As the center fielder playing deep in right field is Miyamoto. And Olson behind 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. 1-2, misses low, and the count goes square. Scappoose, Oregon. I have never heard, before today, I have never heard of Scappoose, Oregon. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. Fastball fouled off, third base side. We'll do it again. Curious to see what the mascot is of Scappoose High. 2-2, misses up and out. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The Indians. Lefty Olson trying to provide a little bit of offense. Daniel Behrmann waits on deck. We are in the bottom of 3. Infield playing deep around the horn for the West Coast Kings. Payoff pitch. 3-2, curves it into left field, and it drops. It is a fair ball. Into the corner it goes. Rounding first, digging for 2 is Quentin Olson, and he drops the anchor at second base. That ball was just going foul, but somehow stayed right of the line and saw some of the chalk. And Quentin Olson records his first hit in the Medford Rogues uniform. Welcome to the Medford Rogues, Quentin Olson. That's a big hit and a crucial hit to keep the inning going. And head coach Kyle Gross not happy about the call from the third base umpire Dave Purcell, letting home plate umpire Andrew Herbold know about his disagreement in the call. So we go back to the top of the order of Daniel Behrmann. 1 on, 1 out. We are in the bottom of 3. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. Rogues trying to get their offense moving again. Tying run at the dish. First pitch, leans out of the way as Daniel Behrmann misses up and in. 1 ball, no strikes. Daniel tonight 1 for 1. Works from that third base batter's box, climbs back in. One out. Breaking ball, clips that inside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Strike zone's a little bit, has been a discussion so far between both teams. A ball and a strike. Glances at second base. That's Olson. Big lead for him. The pitch. 1-1. Breaking ball. Pours in for a strike on the inside corner. Behrmann behind 1 ball and 2 strikes. Daniel singled in the first. Got over the way to third base, but was left stranded. Tying run is at the plate. One, 2 from Hawking. Fastball misses low, bounces away from Hendricks, and the count goes square. Wind is blowing strongly into left field. Feels pretty good right now. There's a little bit. There is the chance of rain. The forecast Friday and Saturday. Sets up on the first base side is Alex Hawking. Glances at second base. That's Olson. And the 2-2. Fastball elevated, and the count fills. Logan Macy waits on deck. If you're the Rogues, you want to get Daniel Behrmann on at first base. Hawking wants a new sign. Gets it from Hendricks. Sets up, works on that first base side of the rubber. Glances at second base. That's Olson. Glances again and throws it over to second base. Slides back to the bag is Quentin Olson. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Big pitch upcoming for Daniel Behrmann. Hawking waits. Glances at second base, and the payoff. 3-2, chopper foul, third base side, good at bat right now, brewing for Daniel Behrmann. Infield starting to shade a bit to the right. Cord, the second baseman, on the grass in right center. Miles, the center fielder for the West Coast Kings, playing a couple of steps into left center. Steps off the rubber and chases back Olson back to second base. Olson trying to provide a little bit more offense. Like the aggressiveness by Olson so far in his Medford Rogues debut. Playing some mind games on Alex Hawking. Glances at second base is Hawking. Looks back at the dish, back at second base. And the 3-2 once more. 3-2, swing and a miss on the curveball. Ball in the dirt, and Hendricks tags Daniel Behrmann. And Daniel Behrmann heads back to the dugout for the crucial second out recorded in the inning.
Now batting the third baseman, number
1 on, 2 outs. We are in the bottom of 3. Here is Logan Macy. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. And head coach Kyle Gross calls time. And it is going to be a conversation on the hill with the whole entire infield, and plus the battery of Hendricks and Hawking. This positive action is brought to you by the Awesome Pool Guy. Need to replace your vinyl pool liner? Call the Awesome Pool Guy, CCB 255-795. We're also brought to you by Figaro's Pizza. From pizza to wings, even calzones, Figaro's Pizza has you covered. Order online at figaros.com or come by our locations in Phoenix, Gold Hill, and our newest location in Eagle Point. Locally owned and operated and a proud supporter of sports and your Rogues. Take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Kramer Cabinets. Couple of games going on already. It's a 1-0 lead for the Marysville Giants in the top half of inning number 2 against the Humboldt Crabs, and scoreless between the Lincoln Potters and the Healdsburg Prune Packers. That is in the bottom half of inning number 6 from Recreation Park. Keep an eye on that score for you as the evening progresses. So after that conversation is done, 1 on, 2 outs. The base runner is Quentin Olson in his Medford Rogues debut. Rogues offensively trying to get this one across. And head coach Kevin Olmstead touched on this in our one-on-one conversation. Got to get runners across in this game tonight. First pitch, fastball bounces downstairs. 1 ball, no strike. Logan Macy, the batter for the Rogues, playing at third base tonight. Had 1 ball and no strikes, reached on base in the first. 1-0 from Hawking. 1-0, hits it softly in the air, center field, drifting back is Miles. Miles makes the one-hand grab for out number 3, and the inning comes to a close. No runs, a hit, no errors, 1 left. Quentin Olson left on at second base. We have played 3 in the Rogue Valley. West Coast Kings in game 1 of this 2-game set. Kings 2, Rogues nothing. More after this on the Rogue Streaming Network. Looking to buy or sell in the Rogue Valley? David Case of Windermere Realty has you covered. Windermere Realty has been serving the Rogue Valley for over 30 years. David, a proud husband and father, has been a broker in the Rogue Valley for almost a decade. From residential and rural to commercial, David can handle it all. Contact David Case if you're looking to buy or sell at 541-944-9330. Windermere Realty and David Case, proud supporters of Medford Rogues Baseball.
Discover the Life Plan community in the heart of the Rogue Valley. Here, your days are filled with opportunities to express yourself, engage your mind and body, and share your life with great new friends. You can connect, grow, and thrive. Our hilltop location is near world-class vineyards, the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, and the Brit Music and Arts Festival. Rogue Valley Manor, Southern Oregon's premier Life Plan community.
Nothing lead for the West Coast Kings in the top half of inning number 4. Caleb Malloy gets his warm-up, tosses in right now, faces 8-9-1 in the batting order for the West Coast Kings. Zach Altamura, followed by Blake Potter and John Bullock. My name is Brian Welch, the Rogue Streaming Network. Happy to have you aboard wherever you may be tuning in. West Coast Kings tonight, 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors. Medford, no runs, 2 hits, and no errors. And it is we are going to go, this is like the 3rd time through the lineup. Actually, well, 2nd or 3rd time. You think about 2nd time through the lineup. This is a big turning point right now. Caleb Malloy gets ready to go to work. Works from that first base side of the rubber. And the first pitch home. First pitch fouled off behind the screen. Strike 1. Altamura 0 for 1 so far tonight. West Coast Kings putting their only 2 runs in the game so far tonight in the 2nd. No balls and a strike. Breaking ball, did go to swing on it. Check swing, did go on it, says the first base umpire, Dan Conklin. And quickly in the hole 0-2 is Altamura. Altamura grounded out to the third baseman, Logan Macy, to score a run. 5-3 on the RBI ground out. 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. First strikeout for Caleb Malloy in relief. The first out recorded in the inning. Base is empty, 1 out. Here's the 9-hitter for the West Coast Kings, the shortstop Blake Porter. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. Game 1 of this 2-game set. Game 2 tomorrow at 6:35 p.m. We'll get going at 6:15 for the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. Infield playing deep around the horn for the Rogues. Outfield starting to play in a bit. Evan Saito playing a couple of steps into left center. First offering home. Goes for a bunt, pulls it back. But no worries, right down the boulevard for a strike, says the home plate umpire, Andrew Herbold. Like Porter tonight. Fly down to Evan Saito in center field in the second. Strike 1 pitch. Hits down the air, towering shot down the right field line, and it hooks foul and it lands in the Kings bullpen. Quickly in the hole once again, 0-2 is Porter. And that's the thing, if you are the Rogues pitching staff, you got to be quick, you got to be efficient. Ken Malloy's done that in back-to-back at-bats. Has been ahead 0-2. And Nick Berger always preaches, the pitching coach of the Rogues, always preaches about throwing strike 1. 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back Ks. Caleb Malloy mowing down West Coast Kings batters. So 2 up and 2 down on the road to 4th. We go back to the top of the order to John Bullock, the left fielder for the West Coast Kings. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. Infield playing deep around the horn. Outfield playing deep and straight away on this windy Tuesday evening in the Rogue Valley. First offering home. Fastball lasers on the outside corner. Strike 1. Bullock tonight 0 for 1 with a walk. No balls and a strike. Breaking ball misses up and out. 1 ball, 1 strike. John Bullock lined out to the shortstop, Jaden Neugebauer, to begin the first. Drew a walk in the second. But was left stranded. A ball and a strike. Fastball hits it, pop up. Right field, tracking it down is Daniel Behrmann. Daniel Behrmann calling everybody off. Makes the one-hand grab for out number 3. And the side is retired. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. 1, 2, 3 goes the West Coast Kings. We go to the home half of inning number 4 right after this. Larsen Koester, Kian Sanchez, and Chris Ortiz due up. West Coast Kings 2, Medford nothing. More after this on the Rogue Streaming Network.
Planning to move? Choose Pods, the most awarded container moving company. Whether you're moving across town or across the country, Pods brings the container to you. Keep it as long as you like and pack at your own pace. When you're ready, we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure pod storage center until you need it. And best of all, you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Book at pods.com today.
Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3- and 4-bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet-friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates. West Coast Kings 2, Medford nothing. Bottom half of inning number 4 from Harry and David Fieldbrun, which back with you on the Rogue Streaming Network. Larsen Koester, Kian Sanchez, and Chris Ortiz do it 3, 4, and 5 in the Rogues batting order, and they face Alex Hocking for the second time this evening. Medford so far tonight, no runs, 2 hits, no errors. Rogues have had opportunities to try to get runners across, but they've left 2 runners in scoring position. Daniel Behrmann was left on at third base in the first inning. Quinn Olson was left on at second in the third. And you can definitely feel the urgency to get runners across in this close one and also chase out the starter, Alex Hocking. First pitch, fastball, finds the outside corner, strike 1. Larsen Koester 0 for 1 so far this evening. The Young man from the Sunflower State in Kansas digs back in behind no balls and a strike. Strike one pitch, misses down and in with a fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Infield is playing deep around the horn for the West Coast Kings. Outfield playing deep and straight away. Miles, the center fielder, playing 7 steps into right center. A ball and a strike. Fastball misses up and out. 2 balls, 1 strike. Koester going into a 3-6-3 twin killing in the first. Hit 2 balls and a strike. 2-1. Fastball elevated. 3 balls, 1 strike. Kian Sanchez waits on deck rather. It's actually a check swing. Did not go, says the third base umpire Dave Purcell, but we continue. 3 balls and 1 strike. And the pitch. 3-1, called for a strike. Good breaking ball, clips the outside corner, and the count fills. Hawking from Cal State, East Bay. Pioneer on the hill. Currently in the transfer portal. Gets the signal from his battery mate, Hendricks. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. 3-2, breaking ball, misses upstairs, ball 4. Larsen Koester takes first. Leadoff base runner on for the Rogues.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 26, Kian Sanchez.
1 on, nobody out. We are on the bottom of 4. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. Here's the DH man for the Rogues, Kian Sanchez. Rogues have had opportunities getting runners across. Talked about that a little bit ago. Definitely feel that momentum is trying to turn in the favor of the Rogues. First pitch. Fastball, chopper to the left side, into left center it goes. Base hit for Kian Sanchez. And Kian Sanchez records his first hit of the evening. Puts runners at first and second.
Number 48, Chris Ortiz.
So 2 on, nobody out. We are on the bottom of 4. Medford trying to get their first run across, trailing 2-0 against the West Coast Kings. Larsen Koester at second base, Kian Sanchez at first. Here's the catcher for the Rogues, Chris Ortiz. Ortiz tonight 0 for 1. And an RBI opportunity for one of the veterans in the clubhouse. Returner from last year. First offering. Fastball elevated, 1 ball, no strikes. Chris Ortiz tonight, 0 for 1 so far. Flied out to center field to Miles for the first out of the second inning. One ball, no strikes. 1-0. Fastball elevated, 2 balls, no strikes. Chris so far this season, 9 runs batted in. Koester at second, Sanchez at first, the 2-0 pitch. Breaking ball, clips the top third. 2 balls, 1 strike. We have talked about Chris's love for chocolate chip cookies this season. I know Caleb Randolph's grandmother is going to be bringing the whole team chocolate chip cookies this week. 2 balls and a strike. Breaking ball misses up and in. 3 balls, 1 strike. I have not asked Chris if he's gotten a cookie tote yet this week. A cookie tote from McDonald's. It has a baker's dozen of cookies, 13. Outfield playing deep and straight away for the Kings. Miles, the center fielder, couple of steps into left center. 3-1 pitch. 3-1 breaking ball. Pours in for a strike on the outside corner, and the count fills. Three balls, 2 strikes Hawking takes a deep breath, works on the first base side of the rubber in the pitch. 3-2, breaking ball, misses outside, ball for the catcher Hendricks. Thought that was strike 3, and head coach Kyle Gross for the West Coast Kings not happy about that. But umpire Andrew Herbold is telling him to go back to the dugout. Bases are loaded, and Andrew Herbold not happy with the head coach of the West Coast Kings, Kyle Gross, who's been not happy about the strike zone so far today. So, with bases loaded, Jan Neugebauer stands in, but waits for the conversation to conclude between Kyle Gross and the umpires Dan Conklin and Andrew Herbold.
Kings again tomorrow at 6:35. It will be game
So a warning has been given
We will also be playing the West Coast Kings
to
in a 3-game
the
series here
head coach of the
at
West Coast
end of
Kings,
July
Kyle Gross.
for
So Jan Neugebauer's just waiting there.
Our next series is against Healdsburg.
So the bases are loaded, nobody out. We are on the home fourth, 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. Here's Jay Neugebauer. Think about how this inning has gone so far. Larsen Koester drew a walk to lead off the inning. Keaton Sanchez singled, and Chris Ortiz drawing a walk as well. So bases loaded, nobody out. Here's Jay Neugebauer. Rogues trying to capitalize. 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. We talked about momentum starting to shift, and Rogues right now trying to shift momentum into their favor. First offering from Hawking. First pitch, popped up, third base side. McNeven going to track it down in foul territory, goes to his right, makes the two-hand grab for out number 1. Neugebauer pops out to the third baseman for the first out of the inning. Bases loaded, 1 out. We are in the bottom of 4. Here's the center fielder, Evan Saito. Less than 2 outs. You can definitely turn it out for a run, but if you're the Rogues, you want to make the Kings pay in this inning. What I mean by that, Evan Saito, a guy who's been fun to watch so far, or is how public address announcer Greg Roberts says, Saito scores. Rogues cover all the bags in this inning. First offering. First pitch, breaking ball, clips that inside corner, strike 1. Saito popped out to the catcher Hendricks to close the book on the second inning. And Saito so far this season, speaking of RBIs, has 8 runs batted in so far. Strike 1 pitch, slider swing and a miss, strike 2. And quickly in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Koester at third, Sanchez at second, Ortiz at first base. Takes a deep breath as Hawking. Waits and the 0-2. 0-2 pitch, ground ball to the left side, gobbled up by Porter, throws it over to second for 1. The throw to first, and the throw's not in time. RBI fielder's choice. Larsen Koester scores from third base. So Ortiz forced out on the force out. It's an RBI fielder's choice for Evan Saito. Makes it a 2-1 lead for the West Coast Kings. Here's Trey Kotze, the left fielder tonight for the Rogues. So puts runners at the corners now. Tying run is only 90 feet away, and if you're the Rogues, you definitely want to push this one across. A 2-1 lead for the West Coast Kings. We are in the bottom of 4. First offering from Hawking. Runner goes. First pitch, misses inside. And throw's not going to be attempt. First pitch is a strike to Trey Kotze, but Rogues put runners in scoring position. Evan Saito swipes second base, puts runners at second and third now. And the Rogues turning up the aggression knob a bit in this inning. No balls, 1 strike, and the pitch. Strike 1 pitch, chopper, over the head of the pitcher of Hawking, the throw to first base from the shortstop Porter, and a good recovery, 6-3 on the ground out to close the book on the inning. 1 run comes across on 1 hit, no errors, but the Rogues leave a pair on. Keaton Sanchez at third base, and Evan Saito left on at second base. We have played 4 in the Rogue Valley. 2-1 lead for the West Coast Kings when we come right back after this. It's the 5th inning. That is the Awesome Pool Guy 5th inning. Good one brewing in the Rogue Valley. 2-1 West Coast Kings. Keep it here on the Rogue Streaming Network. After the game is over, are you looking for more Medford Rogues content? Plank Talk is the official podcast of the Medford Rogues. Hi, this is Brian Welch, the voice of your Rogues. Join me every week as we talk with the players, front office staff, and special guests along the way. Plank Talk drops every week during the season on the same channel you watch the Rogues. We will see you for Plank Talk. As always, go Rogues. wdere Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, wdere Medford Airport is pet friendly as well. Book a stay at wdere Medford Airport at wdere.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay. Hungry for pizza? Figaro's Pizza has you covered. From pizza to wings and even calzones, there is something for everybody at Figaro's. Order online at figaros.com or stop by our locations in Phoenix and Gold Hill. Check out our newest location, our Take and Bake food trailer in Eagle Point. Locally owned and operated, Figaro supports local schools and sports. Figaro's Pizza, proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. Top half of inning number 5 from Harry and David Field. 2-1 lead for the West Coast Kings. Fifth inning means it is the Awesome Pool Guy fifth inning. The fifth inning is brought to you by the Awesome Pool Guy. Need to replace your vinyl pool liner? Call the Awesome Pool Guy. CCB 255-795. And during our commercial break, Kyle Gross was having a very interesting conversation with the umpires of tonight's game with Andrew Herbold and Dave Purcell, and this has been stemmed all the way back in the previous inning about arguing balls and strikes, and the Rogues get an opportunity to try to find a way to slow down the West Coast Kings offense. First pitch from Caleb Malloy finds the inside corner, strike one. Leadoff man for the West Coast Kings is the second baseman EJ Kordick. Clayton Miles follows, and Caleb Hendricks. Strike one pitch. Fastball, fouls it off. Quickly in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. EJ Cord tonight, 1 for 2, doubled in the first. Got to third base, was left stranded, flied out to right field to Olsen in the second. Climbs back in the box once again. Faces no balls and 2 strikes. Malloy works on that first base side of the rubber, and the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 punch outs so far for Caleb Malloy in relief. And Caleb Malloy right now looking pretty good on the hill so far tonight. Strikeout number 3 for Caleb. Bases empty, 1 out. We are in the top of 5. Here's the center fielder for the West Coast Kings, Clayton Miles. 0 for 2 so far tonight. The Awesome Pool Guy fifth inning. Need to replace your vinyl pool liner? Call the Awesome Pool Guy, CCB 255-795. First pitch misses down and in, ball 1. Clayton Miles tonight has not reached on base yet. Lefty gets his third at-bat of the night, facing Malloy for the first time tonight. Good slider, swing and a miss, strike 1. Clayton Miles grounded out to Jay Neugebauer, the shortstop, in the first. Grounded out to the second baseman, Daniel Behrmann, in the third. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1, swing and a miss, strike 2. Good slider, and that slider has been on point so far for the Newport, Oregon native Caleb Malloy. I know his family's listening back home. I know that he gave a shout out to his dad and his brothers, who are also fathers. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back Ks for Caleb Malloy. 4 punch outs so far for Caleb Malloy, mowing down West Coast Kings batters tonight. Caleb Malloy looking good so far. 2 innings, 4 Ks. And Caleb Malloy faces the catcher, Caleb Hendricks, 0 for 1 with a walk tonight. 2-1 lead for the West Coast Kings. We are in the top of 5. First offering from the tall righty. First pitch, fastball elevated. 1 ball, no strikes. Hendricks rounded out to the second baseman, Daniel Behrmann, in the first. Drew a walk in the third. Made it to third base, but was left stranded. 1-0 pitch, hits that in the air, left center field. Going back is Evan Saito with the one-hand grab, secures it for out number 3, and the side is retired. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. Pair of strikeouts for Caleb Malloy. 4 punchies so far in his outing. And a couple of scoreless innings so far for Caleb Malloy. We head to the home fifth right after this. Due up for the Rogues, Quentin Olson, Daniel Behrmann, and Logan Macy. West Coast Kings 2, Medford 1. A good game brewing in the Rogue Valley. More after this on the Rogue Streaming Network. Rogue Green CN Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, Rogue Green CN Medford Airport is pet friendly as well. Book a stay at Rogue Green CN Medford Airport at roguegreencn.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay. Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3- and 4-bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet-friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates. We continue the awesome pool guy fifth inning, bottom half of inning number 5 from Harry and David Field. West Coast Kings 2, Medford 1. Brian What's with you on the Rogue Streaming Network. 9-1-2 due up for the Rogues. Quentin Olson leads off the inning, followed by Daniel Behrmann and Logan Macy. Rogues cracking into the run column in the home half of inning number 4 on the RBI fielder's choice from Evan Saito. Driving in Larsen Koester from third base. And the Rogues right now trying to capitalize in this game. First pitch to Quentin Olson, misses outside at 1 ball, no strikes. Olson in his Medford Rogues debut from Lane Community College, just up the road in Eugene. A young man from Scappoose, Oregon, just north of Portland. 1-0, slider finds the bottom third at 1 ball, 1 strike. Alex Hocking, the starter for the West Coast Kings, stays on the first base side of the rubber and the 1-1 home. Fastball misses down and in. 2 balls, 1 strike. Quentin tonight doubled in the third. Got all the way over. He was at second base, but was left stranded. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch. 2-1 misses inside of a slider. 3 balls, 1 strike. Rogues put pressure on the starter of Alex Hocking in the 4th inning, but only got 1 across. And how close this game has been so far tonight, you definitely want to get more runs across in the later innings. 3-1, breaking ball, called for a strike on that outside third. Strike 2, and the count fills. Olson thought that was ball 4, about to toss the bat. Andrew Herbold said that's a strike, and the count fills. 3-2 from Hocking. 3-2, breaking ball, misses outside ball 4. Quentin Olson takes first. Leadoff base runner on for the Rogues.
Now batting the second baseman from Cal State University, Northridge, number 8, Daniel Behrmann.
1 on, nobody out. We are in the bottom of 5. 2-1 lead for the West Coast Kings. We go back to the top of the order. Daniel Behrmann gets his 3rd crack at Alex Hocking. 1 for 2 so far this evening. Rogues right now trying to capitalize. Olson with a small lead at first. Altamura holding the runner. First pitch, scores for a bunt, gets it down the third base side, picking it up as Hocking slides, and he can't. The throw to first base, and the throw's late. Bunt single for Daniel Behrmann. Rogues using the small ball well in this inning, and they crack with runners, put runners at first and second, and you like the small ball by Daniel Behrmann. So a bunt single from Daniel Behrmann puts him at first base, bunts Olson over to second. So now 2 on, nobody out. And head coach Kyle Gross, who's been coaching the offense out of the dugout on that first base side for the West Coast Kings, might be pointing to the bullpen. A little bit of activity in that West Coast Kings bullpen right now. 2 on, nobody out. Here's the third baseman for the Rogues, Logan Macy. 2-1 lead for the West Coast Kings, game 1 of this 2-game set. First offering to Alex Hocking. First one from Alex Hocking. Fastball misses up and in. 1 ball, no strikes. Logan Macy did reach on base in the first inning of a walk. Was the victim of a 3-6-3 twin killing. Flied out to Miles, the center fielder, in the third. 1 ball, no strikes. Scores for a bunt. Gets it down the third base side and it trails foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Question is, if you're the Rogues, do you want to bunt again? Rogues have utilized that small ball well. Once they use that small ball, it opens up many avenues for scoring. A ball and a strike. Throw over to second base, and nobody covering the bag. And he just a pump fake from Hocking. Still 1 ball and 1 strike. Hocking sets up on that first base side. Sets, takes a deep breath, glances at second base at Olsen, and fires the 1-1. Scores for a bunt. Fastball elevated. 2 balls, 1 strike. Larsen Koester waits on deck for the Rogues. Logan Macy trying to provide a little bit of offense. 2 balls, 1 strike. And the pitch. Scores for a bunt. Misses low. 3 balls, 1 strike. Quentin Olsen drew a walk to lead off the inning. Daniel Behrmann got a bunt down the third base side. He's at first base. How aggressive do the Rogues get in this inning? 3-1 to Macy. Scores for a bunt again, misses low, escapes away from the catcher Hendricks, and in runners advance. So Logan Macy takes first. Second walk issued in the inning by Alex Hocking. Loads the bases. Now the Rogues cover all the bags in this inning. We are on the bottom of 5-2-1 lead for the West Coast Kings. Here's Larsen Koester, 0 for 1 with a walk tonight. And this Rogue squad definitely getting the green light to try to hit this game into overdrive. Scoring their first run in the previous inning back in the 4th. And now they are not going to, the infield's not going to close in. Second baseman playing off the bag at second base. That's Cord. First offering from the righty. First pitch, fastball, clips that top third. Strike 1. Koester today grounded into a 3-6-3 twin killing. Drew a walk and went around and scored off the RBI fielder's choice from Evan Saito. No balls and a strike. Fastball bounces and Hendricks gobbles it up. And we have a chat on the YouTube side of the broadcast. Thank you, Apex Coatings 1, for that information of Aiden Bowman and Caleb Hendricks. So a couple of Stockton guys in the Rogue Valley. Ball and a strike. And the pitch. 1-1, bounces away from the catcher Hendricks, and going to third base, going home is Quentin Olsen. He scores standing up, and the Rogues tie it up on a pass ball. So Medford 2, West Coast Kings 2. And the Rogues right now trying to capitalize. Puts runners at second and third. Behrmann at third base. Macy at second. Quentin Olsen scoring off the walk, off that pass ball. And now Larsen Koester had 2 balls and a strike. Takes a deep breath. Is the pitcher Hocking. And the 2-1. Hits down the air, sky high, left field. Going back is Bullock. Bullock's going to have to look that one up. That ball is going to one hop over the wall. Ground rule double for Larsen Koester. Rogues put up a 3 spot in the inning. And Kyle Gross, the head coach of the West Coast Kings, are ready to talk with the pitcher, Alex Hocking. And the Rogues right now currently cooking something up in this inning. 4-2 lead for the Rogues. And a ground rule double. Larsen Koester. And it's a new pitcher called to the bullpen for the West Coast Kings. Let's take, and it is pitching change all this season. And tonight, this season brought to you by KTVL 10, Southern Oregon's home for sports and entertainment. Rogues leading 4-2 in the home half of inning number 5. More of the Ossipolgai 5th inning right after this on the Rogue Streaming Network.
Planning to move? Choose Pods, the most awarded container moving company. Whether you're moving across town or across the country, Pods brings the container to you. Keep it as long as you like and pack at your own pace. When you're ready, we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure pod storage center until you need it. And best of all, you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Book at pods.com today.
Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3- and 4-bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet-friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates. New pitcher for the West Coast Kings. First time they are calling the bullpen, and they are going to send Brady Spencer in as the reliever. This pitching change brought to you by KTVO 10, Southern Oregon's home for sports and entertainment. Alex Hawking going to 4 innings on the hill, 5 hits, 4 runs, no errors, 3 walks, and 1 strikeout. Brady Spencer, the Santa Cruz native, went to SoCal High School, SoCal S-O-Q-U-E-L. Transfer by way of Cabrillo College, former Seahawk, currently playing at Westmont College down the road in Montecito, California, a suburb of Santa Barbara. And Brady Spencer this season and this summer, 5.79 ERA, no wins, no losses, 3 appearances so far, 4 2/3 innings for the West Coast Kings, and opposing batters hitting .556 against them in 2026 in the summer. And the Rogues so far in this inning, a 3-spot put up, a 2-run double from Larsen Koester. Here's the DH man for the Rogues. It's Kian Sanchez, first time seeing Brady Spencer tonight. And he sets up on the third base side of the rubber. Brady Spencer, I should say, faces Kian Sanchez. Larsen Koester with a big lead at second base. And Larsen Koester caught in a rundown on that third base, on that left side of the infield. Larsen being chased, picked up by Cord, the second baseman, gets the tag. And that's the first out of the inning. And head coach Kevin Olmstead talked about that a little bit in our one-on-one conversation about guys making mistakes with the base running. But so he is tagged out. Caught in a rundown and tagged out at in between second and third. That's the first out of the inning. 4-2 lead for the Rogues in this game 1 of this 2-game set. Kian Sanchez today, 1 for 2 so far. Back in the lineup. He was on for the last couple of weeks. First pitch. Fastball finds the inside corner, strike 1. Sanchez grounded out to the third baseman, McNeven, in the first. Singled in the fourth. Went around to the third base side. Went around to third and was left stranded. No balls and a strike. And that strike 1 pitch. Breaking ball finds the inside corner. Strike 2. Brady Spencer from Santa Cruz, California. Currently going to Westmont College. Likes to golf, surf, fish, and play pickleball when he's not playing baseball. No balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch. 0-2. Breaking ball misses outside. The catcher, Hendricks, was going to throw it around, and the West Coast Kings dugout not happy about the strike zone so far. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kian Sanchez stays alive at the dish. Chris Ortiz waits on deck for the Rogues. We are still in the Ossipolgai 5th inning. Kian Sanchez digs back in behind 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2. Ground ball pulled to the third base side. Off the foot of the third baseman, McNeven. Rounding first, digging for 2 is Kian Sanchez. Into the corner it goes, and Kian Sanchez aboard with a double. Kian Sanchez making it look easy. just off the foot of the third baseman of McNeven, and the Rogues are back into business. Good two-strike approach for Kian Sanchez. So with one on, one out, here's Chris Ortiz, the catcher for the Rogues. 4-2 lead for Medford in game one of this two-game set. And now Brady Spencer trying to limit the damage. Brady Spencer, a big Giants fan. The San Francisco Giants. Infield starting to shade to the left for the West Coast Kings. First offering. First pitch to Chris Ortiz, right down the boulevard, strike one. And his favorite player on the Giants, not there anymore, but Tim Limpkinson. Great pitcher for the Giants way back in the day during those World Series runs in the even years, 10, 12, and 14. No balls and a strike. Chopper foul, third base side. Quickly in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes is Chris Ortiz. Chris flied out to center field in the second. Drew a walk in the fourth, but was forced out in the fourth inning. Sun about the set in the Rogue Valley. Shadows appearing in left field. A lot of sun in right center and right field. No balls, 2 strikes, the pitch. 0-2. Breaking ball, fouled off. Screams over our heads. We'll do it again. Still no balls and 2 strikes. And actually landed on top of the press box. So the question is, how many foul balls are on top of the press box at Harry and David Field? That's a question. I don't know if there's a big enough ladder, a tall enough ladder to go up there and see. I know it'd not be OSHA approved, but how many foul balls do you think would be on the roof at Harry and David Field? No balls and 2 strikes. Breaking ball, called strike 3 on the inside corner. Chris Ortiz down on strikes. First strikeout victim for Brady Spencer. So quickly 2 outs in the inning. 1 on, 2 outs. We are on the bottom of 5. 4-2 lead for the Medford Rogues against the West Coast Kings. And what I mean by Harry and David Field, I mean the press box at Harry and David Field. Multiple tenants here at the ballpark. The Rogues, South Medford High School, the Medford Mustangs, the American Legion team. The American Legion team last night played a doubleheader, or a game and a third, against the Roseburg Dr. Stewarts. First pitch, ground ball to the right side, gobbled up by Cord, the second baseman. The throw to first in time for out number 3. And the inning comes to a close, but the Rogues play 3 runs. 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors. But the Rogues leave a base runner on. Kian Sanchez left on at second base. And the Rogues lead 4-2 against the West Coast Kings. More after this. And before we wrap this up, it is the Austin Pole Guy 5th inning, top half of inning number 6 we go. Right after this on the Rogue Streaming Network. After the game is over, are you looking for more Medford Rogues content? Plank Talk is the official podcast of the Medford Rogues. Hi, this is Brian Welch, the voice of your Rogues. Join me every week as we talk with the players, front office staff, and special guests along the way. Plank Talk drops every week during the season on the same channel you watch the Rogues. We will see you for Plank Talk. As always, go Rogues. Rogues CN Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, Rogues CN Medford Airport is pet friendly as well. Book a stay at Rogues CN Medford Airport at roguescn.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay. Hungry for pizza? Figaro's Pizza has you covered. From pizza to wings and even calzones, there is something for everybody at Figaro's. Order online at figaros.com or stop by our locations in Phoenix and Gold Hill. Check out our newest location, our Take and Bake food trailer in Eagle Point. Locally owned and operated, Figaro supports local schools and sports. Figaro's Pizza, proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball.
Oh, good.
Medford 4, West Coast Kings 2. Top half of inning number 6 from Harry and David Field. Game 1 of this 2-game set. My name is Brian Welch of the Rogues Streamer Network. Happy to have you aboard wherever you may be tuning in. Rogues plating 3 runs in the home half of inning number 5. And the Rogues so far have looked pretty good on the hill so far. Aiden Behrmann had 2 2/3 innings pitched. Gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, no errors. Did issue 4 walks, but recorded 1 strikeout. But it's been the Caleb Malloy show so far, the Newport, Oregon native. 4 punch-outs so far in 2 innings, 2 scoreless innings, and sending the West Coast Kings in order 1, 2, 3. He has seen 6 batters and has struck out 4 of those West Coast Kings batters. And he faces 5, 6, and 7 in the order of the West Coast Kings. Wyatt Miyamoto leads off the inning, followed by Jimmy McNeven and Ryan Hubbard. 2 runs, 3 hits so far for the West Coast Kings tonight. Hometown Medford Rogues, 4 runs, 6 hits, and no errors. Tall righty Caleb Malloy works on that first base side of the rubber. First pitch fastball right down the boulevard. Strike 1. Miyamoto tonight reached on base a pair of times so far. Strike 1 pitch up coming from Caleb Malloy. Strike 1 pitch leans out of the way. Misses inside of 1 ball. 1 strike. Miyamoto drew a walk and scored in the second. Singled in the third. Was left stranded at second base. One ball, 1 strike. Fastball misses low. 2 balls, 1 strike. We are brought to you by Figaro's Pizza. From pizza to wings, even calzones, Figaro's Pizza has you covered. Order online at figaros.com or come by our locations at Phoenix, Gold Hill, and our newest location, Eagle Point. 2-1, misses low again. 3 balls, 1 strike. Locally owned and operated and a proud supporter of sports and your Rogues. Take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard once again, brought to you by Kramer Cabinets. Infield playing deep around the horn for the Rogues. Outfield playing deep and straight away. 3-1 pitch. Fastball misses inside, ball 4. Wyatt Miyamoto takes first. Second walk drawn by him tonight. Base runner, leadoff man on for the West Coast Kings. 1 on, nobody out. Here's Jimmy McNeven, the third baseman for the West Coast Kings. Rogues have had their opportunities, but you could definitely turn to if you are the middle infielders. Bottom half of inning number 8, we are on the Kramer Cabinets out-of-town scoreboard. Healdsburg leading 1-0 against Lincoln. Lincoln is still atop the league. First pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1 to the righty McNeven. We talked about it in the top of the broadcast. Lincoln 4-1, Healdsburg 3-1. If Healdsburg wins, they'll move atop Lincoln in the standings. No balls and a strike. Works on that first base side is Caleb Malloy. And the pitch. Strike 1 pitch, fouls it off. Behind the dish, strike 2. Yeah, it's a good one brewing down at the Arcata Ballpark right now. Marysville 1, Humboldt 1. Bottom half of inning number 5. Keep an eye on those 2 scores for you as the evening progresses. No balls and 2 strikes. Malloy ready and fires the 0-2. Fastball hits that sky high in the air. Right field tracking it down is the right footer Olsen. Olsen in the shade makes the grab with the shades on, and McNeven flies out to right field for the first out of the inning. 1 on, 1 out. We are in the top of 6. Medford 4, West Coast Kings 2. Here's the 7-hitter for the West Coast Kings, the DH man Ryan Hubbard. 1 for 2 so far this evening. Climbs in, faces the righty, Caleb Malloy. Second time rather seeing Caleb Malloy tonight. Medium-sized lead for Miyamoto at first base. Throws it over to first. Gets back to the bag of head first slide. Strike 1 pitch, misses low. 1 ball, no strikes. Stars and stripes blown into the ballpark, into left field. Lights are turned on. 1 ball, no strikes, the pitch. 1-0, fastball right down the middle, strike 1. So I was talking about the game last night here at Harry and David Field. No, it was not a Rogues game. We were at Ferment and Fire for episode 9 of Playing Talk. It was an American Legion baseball game between the Medford Mustangs and the Roseburg Dr. Stewarts, or the Stewies, as the play-by-play guy calls. 1-1, runner goes. Throw over to second base by Chris Ortiz, and the throw is late. Miyamoto steals second base, stolen base for the West Coast Kings. Second time Miyamoto has stolen a base so far in this game. Eliminates the opportunity to turn 2. 2 balls and 1 strike to the righty. We are on the top of 6. So when I said they played a game and a third, it was game 1 that went to the Mustangs in that doubleheader, and it was game 2, starting to get it to this point of the night yesterday. And it was halted 2-1. Hits that in the air, left field going back is Trey Kotze at the track. That's going to one hop off the wall. Rounding third, racing towards home is Miyamoto, and the relay throw is not there. RBI double for Ryan Hubbard, and it's a 4-3 lead for the Medford Rogues. But West Coast Kings making this interesting now. And head coach Kevin Olmstead steps out of the dugout, swiftly walks to the hill, and takes the ball away from Caleb Malloy. New pitcher in for the Rogues. Tell you who he is when we come right back after this. All pitching changes this season brought to you by KTVL 10. Send the Oregon's home for sports and entertainment. 1-run game in game 1 of this 2-game set. Medford 4, West Coast Kings 3. More after this on the Rogue Streaming Network. Rogue Green CN Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, Rogue Green CN Medford Airport is pet friendly as well. Book a stay at Rogue Green CN Medford Airport at roguegreencn.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay. Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3- and 4-bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet-friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates. Great game going on so far at Harry and David Field, a 1-run ball game. Medford 4, West Coast Kings 3, still in the top half of it, inning number 6 from Harry and David Field. Ryan Welch back with you on the Rogue Streaming Network. New pitcher on the hill, third arm used so far this evening for the Rogues. It is Hayden Kendrick, and this pitching change tonight and all season long brought to you by KTVL 10. Send the Oregon's home for sports and entertainment. Kim Malloy going 2 1/3 innings pitched, 1 hit, 1 run, no errors, 1 walk, but 4 punch-outs for him tonight. And Hayden Kendrick faces 1 out and a runner at second base, inherits Ryan Hubbard at second base. This season, Hayden Kendrick, 7 games so far, 7 2/3 innings this season. 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, 1 save under his belt, ERA at 2.74, and faces a new batter. It's James Hartman, who takes over from Zach Altamura. So a new batter in for the West Coast Kings. It's a 1-run game, 4-3 Medford, top half of inning number 6. Rogues trying to shut down the West Coast Kings in this inning. Hayden Kendrick glances at second base and fires the first pitch course for a bunt, misses downstairs. The ball escapes away from Chris Ortiz, and Ryan Hubbard steals third base. So the tying run is only 90 feet away from scoring. This is a big moment right now. Kyle Gross, the head coach of the West Coast Kings, calling the offense from that first base dugout. 1 ball and no strikes. West Coast Kings can definitely trade it out for a run to tie this one up. One out, scores for a bunt to the first base side. It goes foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Infield is closed in for the Rogues. 1 ball and a strike. Hayden sets. Works on that first base side of the rubber and the 1-1. Breaking ball. Pours in for a strike on the inside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. James Hartman, the batter. Contra Costa College. The Comet at the dish. Hartman, 186 hitter in the spring for Contra Costa. Behind 1-2. 1-2 hits that in the air, center field. That drops right in front of the center fielder, Evan Saito. Scoring easily from third base is Ryan Hubbard. And we have a new ball game. It's tied up at 4 apiece between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues.
Now batting the shortstop, number 4, Blake Porter.
1 on, 1 out. Top half of inning number 6. All tied up at 4 between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Here's Blake Porter, 0 for 2 so far tonight. Rogues trying to limit the damage. Hayden Kendrick glances at first base, sets up on that first base side of the rubber. Takes a deep breath, throws it over to first, and the tag is not in time, says the first base umpire, Dan Conklin. Dan it was a close, could have been a bang-bang play. Hartman with a medium-sized lead at first base. Holding the runner is Larsen Koester. First one. Fouls it off to the screen. Strike 1. Porter tonight. Flight out to Evan Saito, the center fielder, in the second. Struck out in the fourth. Was one of the 4 strikeout victims from Caleb Malloy. And Kendrick throws it over to first base, and the tag is in time. The pickoff move works. First one in the series, and quickly 2 outs in the inning. Big play and a big out recorded. Takes off the base runner at first base. Now Blake Porter's behind, no balls and a strike. Now with the infield playing deep around the horn, Rogues trying to limit the damage. 2 runs on 2 hits, and he hits the batter, and Blake Porter takes first. So after picking off James Hartman at first base, and Kendrick hits Porter. 1 on, 2 outs. We are on the top of 6. We go back to the top of the order with John Bullock. 0 for 2 with a walk tonight. 4-4 game between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. A very tight one to begin this Tuesday evening in the Rogue Valley. Gonna be sunset in a matter of moments. A couple of the sun rays still poking through, especially in the right field. Mostly the outfield is shaded. Infield is shaded for Ole. First pitch. Fastball dots the outside corner. Strike 1. John Bullock tonight lined down to the shortstop, Jay Neugebauer, in the first. Drew a walk in the second. Fly down to the second baseman, Daniel Behrmann, in the fourth. Throw over to first base, chases back the runner. Porter gets back to the bag of head first slide. Strike 1 pitch. Breaking ball, pours in for a strike on the outside corner. And the count goes no balls and 2 strikes. Bullock in the hole. E.J. Cord waits on deck. 0-2, runner goes. Fastball outside, the throw over to second base by Chris Ortiz, and the tag's in time. Chris Ortiz guns down Blake Porter. And that's how you close out the top half of inning number 6. 2 runs come across on 2 hits, no errors, and nobody left on. We head to the home half of inning number 6 right after this. Rogues going to try to find a way to break this 4-all tie. Evan Saito, Trey Kotze, and Quentin Olson due up more after this on the Rogue Streaming Network. Looking to buy or sell in the Rogue Valley? David Case and Windermere Realty has you covered. Windermere Realty has been serving the Rogue Valley for over 30 years. David, a proud husband and father, has been a broker in the Rogue Valley for almost a decade. From residential and rural to commercial, David can handle it all. Contact David Case if you're looking to buy or sell at 541-944-9330. Windermere Realty and David Case, proud supporters of Medford Rogues baseball.
Discover the Life Plan community in the heart of the Rogue Valley. Here, your days are filled with opportunities to express yourself, engage your mind and body, and share your life with great new friends. You can connect, grow, and thrive. Our hilltop location is near world-class vineyards, the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, and the Brit Music and Arts Festival. Rogue Valley Manor, Southern Oregon's premier Life Plan community.
West Coast Kings 4, Medford 4, home half of inning number 6 from Harry and David Field. And Evan Saito leads off the inning, followed by Trey Kotze and Quentin Olson. 7, 8, 9 due up for the Rogues. Rogues giving up a couple of runs in the top half of inning number 6. But a pickoff move from Hayden Kendrick, and Chris Ortiz gunning down Blake Porter at second. Rogues right now trying to find a way to capitalize offensively, and this is a big inning right now with the time running out. First offering from Brady Spencer. First pitch slider misses down and out. 1 ball, no strikes. Evan Saito so far this evening. 0 for 2 so far for an RBI. Brady Spencer sets up on that third base side of the rubber, and the 1-0. Breaking ball misses down and out. 2 balls, no strikes. Two balls, no strikes, and the pitch. 2-0, pops that foul down the first base side, goes out of play. Beautiful evening for baseball in the Rogue Valley. Lights are turned on. Stars and Stripes blown into left field. This has been that type of evening. Rogues have gone back and forth trading punches with the West Coast Kings. 2 balls, 1 strike, and the pitch. 2-1, and he's hit by the pitch. And Evan Saito leads off the inning. He takes his base of honor. 1 on, nobody out. And it is a new left fielder. And it is actually a new left fielder, but a new pinch hitter. Jackson Rosenthal takes over. Kotze going 0 for 2 tonight, but Jackson Rosenthal going to try to provide a little bit of offense. This Rogue squad trying to get this one across. Game 1 of this 2-game set. And Jackson Rosenthal settles in for his first trip of the evening. The Ashland native just down the road from us. Medium-sized, small lead for Evan Saito at first base. New first baseman is Bullock. First pitch. Runner goes to throw to second base by Hendricks, and the tag is not in time. Evan Saito steals second base. Saito providing some offense of fun for the Rogues. No balls and a strike to Jackson Rosenthal. And Jackson Rosenthal this season, a .342 hitter. 1 round tripper, 6 runs batted in so far. Go ahead a run, only 180 feet away from scoring. Spencer, the Santa Cruz native, went to school at SoCal High. And SoCal is not spelled S-O-C-A-L, but SoCal is actually spelled S-O-Q-U-E-L. No balls and a strike. Jackson Rosenthal with an RBI opportunity trying to change this game. Bullock, the first baseman, on the grass. Evan Saito dancing around at second base. The strike 1 pitch. Hits down in the air, left center field. Going back is Miles. Miles with a diving grab robs Jackson Rosenthal. And Evan Saito heads back to second base. So Jackson Rosenthal lets that one ride, but Miles covering a lot of ground in center field. And Rosenthal flies out for the first out of the inning. 1 on, 1 out. We are on the bottom of 6. Here's Quentin Olson. Quentin Olson gets his third trip of the evening, 1 for 2 so far. West Coast Kings 4, Medford 4. Game 1 of this 2-game set. Rogues have the off day on Thursday, then a 3-game set. So that starts on Friday against the Healdsburg Prune Packers. Speaking of the Prune Packers, take a look at that out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Kramer Cabinets. Steps off the bag, the throw over, steps off the rubber, throw over to second base to Evan Saito. Evan Saito gets back to the bag with a feet first slide. Brady Spencer dancing around a little bit. Evan Saito definitely very aggressive. The aggression is turned up, it's probably 11. Olson doubled in the third, drew a walk in the fifth, and came around and scored. Medium-sized lead for Evan Saito at second base. First pitch, fastball finds the inside third, strike one. Downtown scoreboard brought to you by Kramer Cabinets. Healdsburg leading in the top of the ninth, 3-0 against Lincoln. If Healdsburg finds a way to secure that spot, they'll be 4-1. Lincoln drops to 4-2. And currently in the bottom half of inning number 6 from the Arcata Ballpark, it's a 3-1 lead for the Humboldt Crabs against the Marysville Giants. Strike one pitch. Letter misses down and out. 1 ball, 1 strike. You think about how this game has gone on. It was the Kings who struck first in the second. They led 2-0. Rogues got a run across in the fourth. And then 3 runs across in the 5th inning. In the top of this inning, West Coast Kings scored twice, 1-1 off the end of the bat, comebacker off. Brady Spencer can't make the play, and he won't attempt the throw, and Olson gets aboard via an error. Took a weird hop, and it somehow twirled around Brady Spencer's glove, and he could not get the throw over to first base. But regardless, runners at the corners, 1 out, and the Rogues are back in business. So officially an E1 tacked on. First error recorded by the West Coast, first error committed by the West Coast Kings tonight. 1 on, 1 out. 2 on, 1 out rather. Bottom half of inning number 6. Here's the top of the order guy, Daniel Behrmann. 2 for 3 so far this evening. Evan Saito at third base. Olson at first. First offering. Swings for a bunt. Pulls it foul down the first base side. Strike one. Daniel singled in the first, got all the way to third base, was left stranded, struck out in the third, put a bunt down the third base side, and came around and scored. No balls and a strike. Works on that third base side is Spencer, pulls a bunt down the first base side, and it goes foul, says the home plate umpire Andrew Herbold. So quickly in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes is Daniel Behrmann. But Behrmann trying to utilize that small ball. Saito at third base, Olson at first. Go-ahead run is only 90 feet away from scoring. This might be the most important at-bat of the night so far. Lights are turned on at the ballpark. Outfield playing deep and straight away. Miles playing it way into left center, just near that Storm Alert 12 KDRV sign. Off in left center, no balls, 2 strikes, a pitch. 0-2, breaking ball, misses upstairs. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the West Coast Kings have not been happy about that strike zone dictated by home plate umpire Andrew Herbold. Kyle Gross and Andrew Herbold having a very interesting conversation a couple of innings ago during our commercial break. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the pitch. 1-2. Off the end of the bat and fouls it off. First base side. We'll do it again. Evan Saito led off the inning with a hit-by pitch. Got a stolen base at second base. Jackson Rosenthal flied out 2 miles in center field. Quentin Olson reaching on an error, an E1. And now, time taken. The catcher Hendricks gives the signal to his infield. Saito at third, Olson at first base. Glances at first base is Brady Spencer. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the pitch. 1-2, breaking ball, misses upstairs, and the count goes square. Logan Macy waits on deck. Biggest inning so far tonight for the Rogues. 2-2. Slider. And Olsen steals second base. Eliminates the opportunity to turn two now and puts the count fills. And now this is the biggest pitch of the at-bat. You can definitely feel it. Now the infield closes in for the West Coast Kings. Biggest pitch up coming for Brady Spencer so far in the outing. Three balls, two strikes, and the pitch. 3-2, ground ball, pulled foul, third base side. We'll do it again. Andrew Herbold cleans home plate. Now a conversation ensues between Brady Spencer and Hendricks. This pause the action is brought to you by the Awesome Pool Guy. Does your pool or hot tub need repairs? Call the Awesome Pool Guy, CCB 255-795. West Coast Kings infield still closed in. Runners at second and third. Evan Saito at third base. Quentin Olson at second base. Rogues right now trying to capitalize in this inning. Brady Spencer sets up on that third base side of the rubber, delivers the 3-2. Breaking ball, elevated ball 4. And Daniel Behrmann thought that was ball 3, but he takes his base and he loads the bases. Daniel Behrmann takes first on a walk. Then 2 outs, bases loaded. Game of baseball dictates. Possible sac fly for Logan Macy. Here's the third baseman for the Rogues. Macy tonight, for one of a pair of walks. Logan from OIT, currently in the transfer portal. Bases loaded, 4-4 game between the West Coast Kings and the Rogues. First pitch, fastball, clips the outside corner, strike 1. Saito at third base, Quentin Olson at second base, Daniel Behrmann at first base. Rogues have had those opportunities with runners in scoring position. Think about that fourth inning, they only got 1 run across, but left a lot on the table. Strike 1 pitch. Screams over our heads. Quickly in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes is Logan. Macy drew a walk in the first, was forced out in this at second base during that double play. Flight out to Miles in the third. Center fielder drew a walk. Was at the bat. 0-2, misses outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Macy drew a walk, came around and scored in the 5th inning. Macy with a big at-bat right now. Evan Saito only 90 feet away from scoring. Wind is blowing strongly into left field. Spencer wants a new sign. Gets it, works on that third base side of the rubber. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2, ground ball, and it goes foul, says the home plate umpire, Andrew Herbold. If it went a couple of inches to the right, extra bases for Logan Macy. We'll do it again, still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Rogues cover all the bags. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the pitch. 1-2, fastball elevated, and the count goes square. And Kyle Gross is still barking from that first base dugout for the West Coast Kings. Not happy with the strike zone so far by Andrew Herbold. Two and 2. Ground ball, left side. Porter, the shortstop, scoops it up, throws over to second for 1. The throw to first, and the throw's not in time, so a run scores. So an RBI fielder's choice for Logan Macy drives in a run. Saito scores from third. Olson heads to third base. Daniel Behrmann forced out. 6-4 on the force out. And Logan Macy with an RBI, the fielder's choice. And here's the head coach, Kyle Gross, for the West Coast Kings, stepping out of the dugout. It's a 5-4 lead for Medford. Huddles up the whole entire infield for the West Coast Kings. And now they call to the bullpen. We'll have a new pitcher. I'll tell you who he is when we come right back after this. All pitching changes this season and tonight, brought to you by KTVL 10, Southern Oregon's home for sports and entertainment. Very interesting game going on so far at Harry and David Field. It's a 5-4 fight so far tonight in the Rogue Valley. Medford leading by 1. New pitcher in. I'll tell you who he is when we come right back after this. Rogues Baseball on the Rogue Streaming Network.
Planning to move? Choose Pods, the most awarded container moving company. Whether you're moving across town or across the country, Pods brings the container to you. Keep it as long as you like and pack at your own pace. When you're ready, we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure pod storage center until you need it. And best of all, you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Book at pods.com today.
Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3- and 4-bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet-friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates. New pitcher in for the West Coast Kings. It is Landon LaPlante. This pitching change is brought to you by KTVL 10, Southern Oregon's home for sports and entertainment. It is the third arm used so far by the West Coast Kings tonight. Landon LaPlante this season in for the West Coast Kings. ERA of 5.68, or excuse me, my apologies. ERA should be 9.95. 1 win, no losses, 4 appearances so far this season, no starts. 6 1/3 innings pitched, and opposing batters hitting .727 in 2026. If you're just now tuning in on the Rogue Streaming Network, Rogues have found ways to get themselves across in this game 1 of this 2-game set. And in a tight ball game, Rogues able to capitalize on an RBI fielder's choice from Logan Macy, driving in Evan Saito from third base to home. And now Larsen Koester going to have to find a way to capitalize. 2 on, 2 outs. Quentin Olson at third base, Logan Macy at first base. Larsen Koester gets his 4th at-bat of the evening so far. 2-run ground rule double in the 5th inning. Found a way to catapult the Rogues in that 3-run frame. First pitch from Landon LaPlante, works on that first base side of the rubber, takes a deep breath, and fires the first pitch. First pitch hits that hard in the air. Center field goes to his right of Smiles, makes the one-hand grab for out number 3. And the inning comes to a close. 1 run does come across on no hits, 1 error committed by the West Coast Kings. And the Rogues do leave a pair on. Quentin Olson left on at third base, Logan Macy left on at first. And the Rogues take the lead away. It's a 5-4 lead for the Rogues. We have played 6 in the Rogue Valley. More after this on the Rogue Streaming Network. After the game is over, are you looking for more Medford Rogues content? Plank Talk is the official podcast of the Medford Rogues. Hi, this is Brian Welch, the voice of your Rogues. Join me every week as we talk with the players, front office staff, and special guests along the way. Plank Talk drops every week during the season on the same channel you watch the Rogues. We will see you for Plank Talk. As always, go Rogues. Rogues Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues Baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, Rogues Medford Airport is pet-friendly as well. Book a stay at Rogues Medford Airport at roguescn.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay. Hungry for pizza? Figaro's Pizza has you covered. From pizza to wings and even calzones, there is something for everybody at Figaro's. Order online at figaros.com or stop by our locations in Phoenix and Gold Hill. Check out our newest location, our Take and Bake food trailer in Eagle Point. Locally owned and operated, Figaro's supports local schools and sports. Figaro's Pizza, proud supporter of Medford Rogues Baseball. Brewing inning in game one of this two-game set between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Rogues able to get a run across in that 4-4 tie. It's a one-run lead for the Rogues, 5-4 against Medford, and another call to the bullpen for the Rogues. And every pitching change this season is brought to you by KTVL 10, Southern Oregon's home for sports and entertainment. And the Rogues hand the ball to Wyatt Green, and he faces the top of the order 1, 2, and 3. In the batting order, Josh Bullock leads off the inning, followed by ejected and Clayton Miles. Top of the order for the West Coast Kings, going to try to find a way to capitalize. First pitch, ground ball to left side, scooped up by Jay Nugebauer, the shortstop, the throw to first base in time for out number 1. 6-3 on the ground out. One pitch, one out to begin the 7th inning. 5-4 Medford, top half of inning number 7. Here's the second baseman for the West Coast Kings, ejected. This season, we talked about Wyatt Green a little bit yesterday. He was our Rogues. He was a part of our guest list for episode 9 of Plank Talk. Wyatt Green this season. First pitch hits down in the air. Right field, tracking it down is Olsen. Olsen in foul territory, giving chase, and it lands in the bullpen for a very long strike 1. Wyatt Green this season, 8 games so far, 11 innings on the hill, and 22 strikeouts and 3 walks. Leads the team in strikeouts. Heard from Wyatt Green a little bit yesterday, talking about growing up in Southern California and the baseball scene there. Very great conversation. If you've not seen that conversation of Wyatt Green and Maddie Ibrahim, it was a great conversation at Ferment and Fire. Infield playing deep around the horn for the Rogues. Outfield playing deep and straight away. Works on that first base side, and the strike 1 pitch. Slider misses down and out. 1 ball, 1 strike. ejected tonight, 1 for 3 at the dish. Doubled in the first, got all the way to third base, was left stranded, flied out to the right fielder Olsen in the second. Struck out in the 5th inning. 1-1 pitch, misses upstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike. And one of the things that Maddie Ibrahim and Wyatt Green brought up in their conversation with me yesterday, 2 balls, 1 strike, and the pitch. 2-1, swing and a miss, good curveball. The count goes square. That conversation was talking about building chemistry with their battery mates, with the catchers, Anthony Thomas Jr., Chris Ortiz, and as well as Evan Chadwick, talking about how soon they've been able to bond. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, good changeup. And ejected is down on strikes, 2 up and 2 down for the West Coast Kings offensively, and 2 quick outs for Wyatt Green in relief. Gets 23 strikeouts in 2026. Here's the center fielder for the West Coast Kings, Clayton Miles. Medford 5, West Coast Kings 4. We are in the top of 7. First pitch, fastball misses outside, 1 ball, no strikes. But talking about how soon everyone bonded from the pitching staff and the catcher's perspective. 1-0 pitch, fastball again, 2 balls and no strikes. But also knowing how comfortable and they trust their battery mate and their catcher, that they know that they're going to get a good call and that they're going to be able, that they know what they're on the same wavelength. 2-0 pitch misses low, 3 balls and no strikes. Miles tonight, ground out to the shortstop Jay Nugebauer in the first, ground out to the second baseman Daniel Behrmann in the third. It struck out in the 5th. 3-0 pitch misses upstairs. Clayton Miles takes first on a 4-pitch walk. 2-out base runner on for the West Coast Kings. 1 on, 2 outs. We are in the top of 7. 5-4 lead for the Medford Rogues. Here's a cleanup hitter for the Kings, Caleb Hendricks. 0 for 2 so far off a walk. Righty digs in for his 4th trip of the night. Wyatt Green looking for a big goose egg on that scoreboard on this Tuesday evening. First pitch, chopper, comebacker right to Wyatt Green. Lollipop throw to first base in time for out number 3. And the side is retired. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. Clayton Miles left on at first base. It is time to stretch in the Rogue Valley. Medford with a 1-run lead. Rogues looking to try to capitalize. And the home half of inning number 7. Kian Sanchez, Chris Ortiz, and Jaden Nugebauer due up. We'll have that for you in the home half of inning number 7. Let's listen to the crowd on this Tuesday evening in the Rogue Valley. Good crowd on hand. Bottom half of inning number 7 we go. 5-4 Medford. More after this on the Rogues Streaming Network. Rogue Green CN Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, Rogues CN Medford Airport is pet friendly as well. Book a stay at Rogues CN Medford Airport at roguescn.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay. Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3 and 4 bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates. One-run game on this Tuesday night in the Rogue Valley. Medford 5, West Coast Kings 4. Game 1 of this 2-game set. Kick off another week of baseball in the Rogue Valley. My name is Brian Welch of the Rogue Streaming Network. Happy to have you aboard wherever you may be tuning in. Middle of the order, 2 up for the Rogues. Kian Sanchez leads off the inning, followed by Chris Ortiz and Jay Neugebauer. Landon LaPlante works from that first base side, the reliever for the West Coast Kings, and the first pitch home. Fastball bounces away from the catcher, Hendricks. 1 ball, no strikes. Kian Sanchez back in the lineup. Been out for the last couple of weeks. All right, he gets back in the box. Had 1 ball and no strikes. Kian definitely a player of the game candidate. 1-0 from LaPlante. 1-0, fastball finds that top third. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sanchez grounded out to the third baseman, McNeven, in the first to close the book on the inning. Singled in the 4th, got all the way around to third base, was left stranded, doubled in the 5th, but was left stranded there as well. Rogues tonight have left 7 on. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the pitch. 1-1, fastball misses outside at 2 balls, 1 strike. And 6 of those batters have been left on in scoring position. Not a good night for the Rogues offensively. The Rogues trying to get this one across in game 1 of the set. LaPlante sets up on that first base side of the rubber. That's all righty. Behind 2 balls and a strike. Pitch hits that sky high in the air down the first base side. And it goes out of play. And the count goes square. Kian Sanchez before tonight, a .357 hitter. Trying to keep this offense moving for the Rogues and pass the bat along. Two and 2 from LaPlante. 2-2, breaking ball, misses upstairs. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Kian's college teammate from Stanislaus State, Chris Ortiz, waits on deck. Infield playing deep around the horn for the West Coast Kings. Outfield playing deep and straight away. The center fielder, Miles, playing a few steps into left center. Stars and Stripes blowing strongly into left field on this Tuesday night. Payoff pitch home. 3-2, sky high, pop up. That goes out of play on the first base side. And we'll do it again. Bullpen for the Kings is pretty quiet so far tonight. Kian Sanchez digs back in once more. Payoff pitch. 3-2, fastball misses up and in, ball 4. Kian Sanchez takes first. Leadoff base runner on for the Rogues. You like that if you're the Rogues. Leadoff walk for Kian Sanchez, 1 on, nobody out. Here's the catcher for the Rogues, Chris Ortiz. Medford leading by 1 at 5-4 against the West Coast Kings. Game 2 tomorrow, the series finale. 6:35 first pitch. We get going at 6:15 p.m. for the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. And in this part of the game, if you're the Rogues, you definitely want to get some insurance runs across. The Rogues so far this evening, tell you this, that the stat after the first pitch from LaPlante. First pitch, fastball, misses up and in. 1 ball, no strikes. When the Rogues have runners in scoring position tonight, they are 1 for 12. Special thanks to B.G. Gould for the stat. B.G. Gould, the Medford legend, director of baseball ops, an official scorer for the Rogues. 1 ball, no strikes. Runner goes. Fastball misses. Finds the inside corner. The throw to second base. And the ball gets away from the shortstop Porter. And Kian Sanchez steals second base. That is a beneficial stolen base for the Rogues. That eliminates the opportunity to turn 2. And the Rogues now in scoring position, only 180 feet away for Kian Sanchez. Chris Ortiz, knowing the strike zone really well because he's been catching it all night, trying to get a couple of clarification from home plate umpire Andrew Herbold. 1 ball and a strike. Works on that first base side is LaPlante. Sets, glances at second base, and fires the 1-1. Fastball, finds that top third, strike 2. And a lot of gas being thrown by LaPlante. A lot of speed, a lot of giddy up on that fastball. Stars and Stripes blowing in to left field. One ball, 2 strikes. Sanchez with a big lead at second base. The pitch, 1-2, fastball fouled off. Chris Ortiz wanted that pitch. We'll do it again. Jan Neugebauer waits on deck for the Rogues. In a game that has had a lot of highs and a lot of lows and a lot of back and forth between these two programs. This is a West Coast Kings squad that beat Healdsburg, the only part of the league. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Takes a deep breath and the pitch. 1-2, hits down the air, down the left field line, and it curls foul into the Rogues bullpen. And a lengthy battle between LaPlante and Ortiz continues. Speaking of that Healdsburg game, going up against Lincoln tonight, take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Kramer Cabinets. A couple of games going on currently. Technically, one's already done. Healdsburg survives, and they take down Lincoln 3-0. 1 ball, 2 strikes. LaPlante glances at second base and fires the 1-2. 1-2, knuckles out in the air, sky high in the infield, tracking it down as the shortstop Porter. Porter makes the one-hand grab, and Ortiz pops out for the first out of the inning. 1 on, 1 out. We are on the bottom of 7. 5-4 lead for the Rogues. Here's the shortstop, Jaden Neugebauer. Jaden tonight 0 for 3 so far tonight. The Chico native ready to go to work for his 4th at-bat of the evening. And take a look, getting back to the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Kramer Cabinets. Leading 4-1 against the Marysville Giants. It was a very close one in the 5th inning between the Giants and the Crabs, but the Crabs right now leading by 3. Infield starting to shade to the left for the West Coast Kings. Ground ball to the right side. Takes it on a hop is Bullock, the first baseman, and he speeds to the pillow in time for out number 2. 3 unassisted for the second out of the inning. Kian Sanchez advances to third base, and the Rogues rolling 90 feet away from scoring. And I think probably the word of this inning is insurance. You think about what the Rogues have done so far this evening. 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors. 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the West Coast Kings. And here's Evan Saito, the center fielder for the Rogues. We are on the bottom of 7. Has reached on base twice. Infield playing deep around the horn for the West Coast Kings. First one. Fastball finds the inside corner, strike 1. Saito tonight popped out to the catcher Hendricks for the 3rd and final out of the 2nd. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th. Had a stolen base to his credit. Hit by a pitch and went around and scored in the 6th inning. No balls and a strike. Fastball gets away from the catcher Hendricks. Scoring from 3rd is Kian Sanchez. Slides across home plate. And the Rogues capitalize on another wild pitch and pass ball tonight. Earlier it was a pass ball, but it's a wild pitch that scores another run for the Rogues. It's a 6-4 lead for Medford. So the inning keeps going the way of the Rogues. One. Off speed, misses upstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike. Two and 1 from LaPlante. 2-1, fastball, swing and a miss. And the count goes square. Now deuces wild in the inning. If you are the Rogues, this is a big inning right now. He talked about insurance. 1 run in the 4th, 3 runs in the 5th, 1 run in the 6th. Now 1 run currently in the 7th inning. Deuces wild. And the pitch. Fastball misses low. And the count fills. Three balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. 3-2, ground ball, left field, a base hit. Evan Saito aboard with a 2-out single.
Now batting the left fielder,
1 on, 2 outs. We are in the bottom of 7. Here's Jackson Rosenthal playing left field tonight for the Rogues, replacing Trey Kotze in left. Now the Rogues have an opportunity to inflict some more damage in this inning. 6 runs, 7 hits, no errors, and of course 6-7 for the kids at home. But currently, Rogues right now offensively want to make that 7 runs on 8 hits. Jackson Rosenthal 0 for 1 so far this evening, placing Trey Kotze at the dish. First pitch. Fastball finds that top 3rd, strike 1. Rosenthal flied out to center field to Miles in the 6th. And Evan Saito talked about it. Will Salahar brought it up as well. Strike 1 pitch, misses upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. About being able to steal bases and be aggressive, trying to swipe bags this season with the tutelage from head coach Kevin Olmstead. Rosenthal battles the righty. LaPlante and the 1-1. 1-1, hits that in the air. Left field on the run is Hartman, the left fielder. Going to track that down, and it lands in the bullpen. And Caleb Randolph runs up the hill and tries to get away from it. One of the pitchers for the Rogues. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big pitch upcoming for Jackson Rosenthal. We are in the bottom half of inning number 7, runner at first base. That is Evan Saito. Kean Sanchez drew a walk and had a stolen base. Came around and scored off the wild pitch from Landon LaPlante. Chris Ortiz popped out to the shortstop Porter. Evan Saito singled to keep the inning going. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the pitch. Runner goes 1-2, misses inside, escapes away from Hendricks, the catcher. Rounding second, digging for 3 is Evan Saito, and he puts on the brakes at third base. Has not been the night for the pitching staff for the West Coast Kings, and the Rogues have taken full advantage of that. Evan Saito, or is Greg Roberts, the public address announcer for the Rogues, say Saito scores. Well, he has not scored yet, but able to capitalize off the misfortune of the West Coast Kings. And now the count goes square, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Big pitch upcoming right now. 2-2, misses inside, ball 3, and the count fills. Think about what Jackson Rosenthal has done this season. Rosenthal, 6 RBIs so far in 2026. payoff pitch. 3-2, misses upstairs, ball 4. Rosenthal takes first. 2-out walk for the Rogues.
Now batting the right fielder, number 15.
2 on, 2 outs. We are on the bottom of 7. 6-4 lead for the Rogues against the West Coast Kings. Here's Quentin Olson. And Olson's has a pretty good night so far at the dish. Reaching on base 3 times. Talk about what he's done so far in his Medford Rogues debut. First offering, fastball, misses upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Olson doubled in the 3rd, was left stranded at second base, drew a walk and came around and scored in the 5th, reached on air in the 6th, got to third base, was left stranded there as well. 1-0, runner goes. Fastball upstairs, a throw to second base, and a double steal. Saito's going to go to home plate, and the ball gets past Hendricks, and the double steal works, and the Rogues plate their 2nd run of the inning. 7-3 Medford, and the double steal keeps the Rogues offense moving. So craziness at the ball yard. 2 balls and no strikes now, but I like what the Rogues are doing so far in this inning. 2 runs across. Two balls and no strikes to Quentin Olson. Top of the order guy, Daniel Behrmann, waits on deck. LaPlante sets on that first base side, and the 1-0, the 2-0 rather. Fastball misses upstairs, ball 3. And there's not really much movement in that West Coast Kings bullpen at the moment. Three balls, no strikes. And the pitch from LaPlante. 3-0, fastball, misses upstairs, ball 4. Back-to-back walks issued by LaPlante. And head coach Kyle Gross for the West Coast Kings swiftly out to the hill. Talk with LaPlante. So it is a meeting on the hill with the whole entire infield. This pause of the action is brought to you by the Awesome Pool Guy. Does your pool or hot tub need repairs? Call the Awesome Pool Guy, CCB 255-795. And LaPlante's night is done. New pitcher in for the West Coast Kings. Tell you who he is when we come right back after this. Pitching changes tonight and all season long. Brought to you by KTVL 10, so the Oregon's home for sports and entertainment. 7-4 lead for the Medford Rogues against the West Coast Kings. More after this on the Rogue Streaming Network. Rogue Green CN Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, Rogue Green CN Medford Airport is pet friendly as well. Book a stay at Rogue Green CN Medford Airport at roguegreencn.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay. Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3- and 4-bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet-friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates.
On the roster we got.
New pitcher in for the West Coast Kings. We do not have his name yet, but this pitching change is brought to you by our good friends at KTVL 10, Southern Oregon's home for sports and entertainment. Brian Woods back with you on the Rogue Streaming Network. Happy to have you aboard wherever you may be tuning in. It has been a very interesting one so far. Rogues getting a couple of runs across in this inning. And the Rogues right now trying to keep the pitching staff going for the West Coast Kings, trying to use multiple arms in this game. Rogues have runners at first and second, and there is a pinch runner coming in for the Rogues. Jonathan Walsh gets ready to go to work, and he is going to be replacing Jackson Rosenthal. And this has been a tough one for the West Coast Kings so far. Alex Hawking got the start, 4 innings on the hill, 5 hits, 4 runs, no errors, 3 walks, 1 strikeout. Brady Spencer got an inning on, they got a couple of innings. And then kind of found a way, he actually landed the plot, struggled a little bit throwing strikes. And the Rogue, he inherits the new pitcher. We do not know who his name is, but he is number 45. He inherits runners at first and second, and it is Jonathan Walsh taking over the pinch running duties for Jackson Rosenthal. So we bet that it is going to be Jonathan Walsh joining us in left field. And it is going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. Game 1 of this 2-game set. Game 2 tomorrow, 6:35 first pitch. You get going at 6:15 for the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. And this is a Rogue squad trying to keep their winning ways going after taking the doubleheader sweep against the Solano Mudcats on Sunday. And lengthy toss, and we're about ready to go to work. And it is Daniel Behrmann, the first batter, to see the new pitcher, number 45. And it is Jonathan Walsh at second base as the pinch runner. Olson at first base. Rogues right now offensively, 7 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. Daniel Behrmann trying to change that. 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the West Coast Kings. We are still in the bottom half of inning number 7. And the Rogues in this inning, insurance inning. 45 works in that first base side of the rubber. Stars and Stripes blowing softly into the ballpark on this Tuesday evening. First pitch home. First pitch fastball, elevated. 1 ball, no strikes. Daniel Behrmann tonight, 2 for 3 with a walk. Had 1 ball and no strikes. 1-0. Fastball misses inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Daniel Behrmann singled in the first, got all the way to the third base, was left stranded there, struck out in the third. Now a quick conversation between the pitcher and his battery mate of Hendricks. Quickly concludes, and we go back to work once again. Two balls, no strikes, and the pitch. 2-0. Fastball misses up and in, ball 3. Behrmann drew a walk in the 6th, but a bunt single for him. He scored in the 5th. 45 sets up on that first base side of the rubber, and the 3-0 pitch. Fastball lasers in on the inside corner, strike 1. Day off on Thursday, and then it is a fun series. Well, it's going to be a very testing series. The Rogues team taking on the defending champs of the Pacific Empire League, the Healdsburg Prune Packers, led by head coach Joey Gomes. 3-1 pitch. Fastball clips that outside corner, and the count fills. Daniel Behrmann trying to extend the inning. Runners at first and second. Olson at first. Jonathan Walsh at second base. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. Runner goes, fastball misses up and in, ball 4, and he loads the bases. So Behrmann jogs the first base, bases loaded. We're on the bottom of 7, 7-4 lead for the Rogues. Here's Logan Macy, the third baseman for Medford. Has reached on base 3 times so far tonight. First pitch. Fastball misses outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Macy tonight drew a walk in the first, was a victim of the 3-6-3 twin killing. Flied out to Miles, the center fielder, in the third. Drew a walk, and during his at-bat, 1-0. Fastball finds the outside corner, strike 1. Macy on that during his at-bat, a run scored on a pass ball while he was at the dish. Drew a walk, came around and scored in the 5th. Reached on an RBI fielder's choice in the 6th inning. Walsh at third base. Olson at second. Behrmann at first. Hits that in the air, and that goes foul. Strike 2. Rogues cover all the bags in the inning. Sets up on that first base side is 45, and the pitch. 1-2 leads to a ground ball, and it goes foul down the first base side. We'll do it again. Larsen Koester waits on deck for the Rogues. You think about an insurance inning. The Rogues have had the insurance inning so far in this game. Big pitch upcoming now to extend the inning. One ball, 2 strikes, and the pitch. 1-2, elevated, and the count goes square. About to hit the 3-hour mark in this game. Steps out of the box as Logan Macy adjusts the batting gloves. Takes a deep breath, wearing the neon green and black batting gloves. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch. 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Macy down on strikes, but the inning comes to a close. But the Rogues plate 2 runs. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors committed by the West Coast Kings. But the Rogues leave the bases loaded. We have played 7 in the Rogue Valley. Medford leads by 3, 7-4 against the West Coast Kings. More after this on the Rogue Streaming Network. Looking to buy or sell in the Rogue Valley? David Case of Windermere Realty has you covered. Windermere Realty has been serving the Rogue Valley for over 30 years. David, a proud husband and father, has been a broker in the Rogue Valley for almost a decade. From residential and rural to commercial, David can handle it all. Contact David Case if you're looking to buy or sell at 541-944-9330. Windermere Realty and David Case, proud supporters of Medford Rogues Baseball.
Discover the Life Plan community in the heart of the Rogue Valley. Here, your days are filled with opportunities to express yourself, engage your mind and body, and share your life with great new friends. You can connect, grow, and thrive. Our hilltop location is near world-class vineyards, the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, and the Brit Music and Arts Festival. Rogue Valley Manor, Southern Oregon's premier Life Plan community.
Beautiful evening, a beautiful sunset at the ballpark at Harry and David Field. Medford 7, West Coast Kings 4. Top half of inning number 8 from Harry and David Field. White Green stays on the hill for the 8th inning. Faces 4, 5, and 6 middle of the order against the West Coast Kings. Caleb Hendricks leads off the inning, followed by Wyatt Miyamoto. First pitch, fastball finds top third, strike 1. And Jimmy McNeven. Caleb Hendricks, Wyatt Miyamoto has gotten on base 3 times. 1 for 1 so far for a pair of walks. Strike 1 pitch. Fastball cues it foul, screams softly, and it goes behind us to the right. Quickly in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Wyatt tonight drew a walk and scored in the 2nd, singled in the 3rd, drew a walk and scored in the 6th. No balls, 2 strikes. Green sets up on the first base side of the rubber in the 0-2. Breaking ball hits it down the third base line from the diving grab from Macy into the corner it goes. Rounding first, digging for 2 is Wyatt Miyamoto, and he stops at second base. Lead off double for Wyatt Miyamoto. His 4th time reaching on base tonight. He's 2 for 2 with a pair of walks, and he found a way to capitalize on that pitch. And the West Coast Kings are back in at 7-4. Medford, we are on the top of 8. Here's the third baseman for the West Coast Kings, Jimmy McEwen. 0 for 2 of a walk. Airplane flying overhead. First pitch. Fastball finds that top third, strike 1. You like what Wyatt Green does, the gentle giant from Claremont. You heard about him and his teammates at Cal State San Bernardino. Strike 1 pitch, slider misses down and out. 1 ball, 1 strike. And it was Cal State San Bernardino who won the CCAA conference tournament, or the baseball tournament down in Southern California. They won it. Got a chance to go play in the regional. 1-1. Fastball clips the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And even tonight, drew a walk and scored in the second. Struck out in the third. Flied out to the right fielder Olsen in the 6th. 1-2. Fastball hits it in the air, right field on the run is Olsen. That's going to drop in front of him. Going from second base to third is Miyamoto. Over to second base, and the tag escapes away from Jan Neugebauer. 1 runs easily in. Going to third base is McNeven, and he gets to third base safely. So a hit is recorded by the official scorekeeper. Miyamoto comes around and scores. So it's a 7-5 lead for Medford.
Designated hitter number 37, Ryan Hubbard.
So they are going to say an error is recorded. So McNeven goes to third base. So it is officially an E6 on Jan Neugebauer. First pitch, wave and a miss, strike 1. Ryan Hubbard at the dish. 2 for 3 so far tonight. Strike 1 pitch, misses low. 1 ball, 1 strike. RBI double in the second, got all the way to the third base, flied out to the shortstop Jan Neugebauer in the third. 1-1. Breaking ball, clips that top third, strike 2. RBI double and scored in the 6th. West Coast Kings not going away quietly in this inning. 1-2. Fastball misses down and out, and the count goes square. Game 2 tomorrow, final game of the 2-game set. 6:35 first pitch. We get going at 6:15 for the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. Rogues and the Kings see each other 5 times this season, all here at the ballpark. 2-2, breaking ball, called strike 3 on the top third. Hubbard down on strike, second punch out for Wyatt Green tonight. Nasty breaking ball by Wyatt Green. Gets the first out of the inning. 1 on, 1 out. We are on the road 8th. Here's the first baseman, my apologies, the left fielder, James Hartman. First pitch, fouls it off to the screen, strike 1. So strike 1 pitch, misses up and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Beautiful evening at the ballpark. Lights are turned on. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the pitch. 1-1, fastball right down Main Street. Strike 2. One and 2. Fastball misses down. 2 balls, 2 strikes. An evening where it's been up and down for both the Kings and the Rogues. Wyatt Green delivers the 2-2. Ground ball often in the bat. Goes to the right side. Behrmann smothers it. The throw to first base in time. And an RBI ground out from James Hartman makes it a 1-run game. 7-6 Medford.
Now batting the shortstop, number 4, Blake Porter.
4-3 on the RBI ground out. Here is the 9-hitter Blake Porter, the shortstop for the West Coast Kings. Medford 7, West Coast Kings 6. 2 outs, the base is empty. Infield playing deep around the horn for the Rogues. Outfield playing deep and straight away. Evan Saito, the center fielder, playing it just 1 step in. First pitch, breaking ball, pours in for a strike on the top third, strike 1. Porter tonight, hit by a pitch in the 6th. Was gunned down at second base by Chris Ortiz. Struck out in the 4th. Flied out the center field in the 2nd. Strike 1 pitch. Pours in for another strike on that top third. And quickly in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes is Blake Porter. Green sets and the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Wyatt Green mowing down batters on this Tuesday evening. 3rd punch out for him. And we head to the home half of inning number 8 right after this. A run does score in the inning. 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, and nobody left. It's a 1-run game, 7-6 Medford due up for the Rogues. Larsen Koester, Kean Sanchez, and Chris Ortiz. Medford 7, West Coast Kings 6. More after this on the Rogue Streaming Network.
Planning to move? Choose Pods, the most awarded container moving company. Whether you're moving across town or across the country, Pods brings the container to you. Keep it as long as you like and pack at your own pace. When you're ready, we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure Pod storage center until you need it. And best of all, you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Book at pods.com today.
Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3- and 4-bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet-friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates. One-run game in the home half, inning number 8. Medford 7, West Coast Kings 6. Brian Willis back with you on the Rogue Streaming Network. Larsen Koester leads off the inning, followed by Kean Sanchez and Chris Ortiz. First pitch fastball finds the outside corner, strike 1. So it's 3, 4, and 5 in the Rogues order. Koester today reaching on base twice. 1 for 3 so far. No balls, 1 strike, and the pitch. Ground ball, right side, takes it as cord, bobbles it. The throw to first base, and the throw is dug out in time by the first baseman, Bullock. 4-3 on the ground out for the first out of the inning. Bases empty, 1 out. We are on the bottom of 8. 1-run game, 7-6 Medford against the West Coast Kings. Here's the DH man for the Rogues, Kean Sanchez. Sanchez so far tonight, 2 for 3 with a walk. And Sanchez back in the lineup after being off for the last couple of weeks. Righty climbs back in for his 5th trip of the night. Infield playing deep around the horn for the Kings. Outfield playing deep and straight away. First pitch, swing and a miss on a slider. Strike 1. Sanchez grounded out to the third baseman, McNeven, in the first. Singled in the 4th. Got all the way to the third base, was left stranded there. Doubled in the 5th, was stranded there as well. Drew a walk and scored in the 7th. No balls and a strike. Fastball elevated, 1 ball. 1 strike. Kean Sanchez enjoying his time in the Rogue Valley. First year as a Rogue. Waits for the 1-1 from the pitcher 45. 1-1 fastball. Dots that inside corner. Strike 2. And the Hilt section not happy with that strike call. Manager Herbold. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. 1-2, breaking ball, misses upstairs. The count goes square. Chris Ortiz waits on deck. 2-2. Swing and a miss on the slider. Tag applied by Hendricks. And Kean Sanchez is down on strikes. 2 up and 2 down in the bottom of 8. Bottom of the 8th, I should say. Second strikeout for the new pitcher for 45. Here's the catcher, Chris Ortiz, with the Rogues. 7-6 lead for Medford. Rogues so far this evening had their opportunities to get runners across. If you're Chris, you want to find a way to extend the inning. First pitch, fastball misses upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Ortiz tonight flied out to the center fielder Miles in the 2nd, drew a walk in the 4th, but was forced out at second base. Struck out in the 5th, popped down to the shortstop Porter in the 7th. 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0, line drive, left field, a base hit. Chris Ortiz aboard with a 2-out single. Got the barrel he wanted, and Chris Ortiz extends the inning 1 on, 2 outs. Here's a shortstop for the Rogues, Jay Neugebauer. 7-6 lead for Medford. We are in the bottom half of inning number 8 from Harry and David Field. Jay Neugebauer 0 for 4 tonight. He's due for a hit. Chico native gets back into the box for his 5th at-bat of the evening. Chris Ortiz with a medium-sized lead at first, Bullock holding the runner. First pitch. Leans out of the way and almost got hit. 1 ball, no strikes.
Everybody clap your hands. Come on, y'all.
Jaden tonight, fly down to the shortstop Porter in the 2nd, pop down to the 3rd baseman McNeven. Ground out to the 2nd baseman Cord, and ground out to the 1st baseman Bullock. 1 ball, no strikes. Fastball misses up and in. 2 balls, no strikes. Wind is picking up softly. There is an airplane that is flying overhead. And now time's called.
This is last call for alcohol. Again, last call for alcohol.
Pause the action. Hendricks talking with the new pitcher for the West Coast Kings. But this pause the action is brought to you by Figaro's Pizza. From pizza to wings, even calzones, Figaro's Pizza has you covered. Order online at figaros.com or come by our locations in Phoenix, Gold Hill, and our newest location in Eagle Point, locally owned and operated and a proud supporter of sports and your Rogues. Jay Neugebauer stays in. Head 2 balls and no strikes. Evan Saito waits on deck. Chris Ortiz of a small lead at first base. Bullock holding the runner. 2 balls, no strikes. The pitch. 2-0, breaking ball, misses up and out. 3 balls, no strikes. Three-0 pitch, fastball. Dots the outer 3rd, strike 1. Three balls, 1 strike, and the pitch. Runner goes. Ground ball to the right side. Gobbles it up as the 2nd baseman Cord. The throw to first in time for out number 3. And the inning comes to a close. No runs, a hit, no errors, 1 left. Chris Ortiz left on at first base. We have played 8 in the Rogue Valley. Last call for the West Coast Kings when we come right back after this. Medford 7, West Coast Kings 6. And the Rogues send out their closer. We'll talk about Caleb Randolph when we come right back after this. Beautiful evening for baseball in the Rogue Valley. More after this on the Rogue Streaming Network. After the game is over, are you looking for more Medford Rogues content? Plank Talk is the official podcast of the Medford Rogues. Hi, this is Brian Welch, the voice of your Rogues. Join me every week as we talk with the players, front office staff, and special guests along the way. Plank Talk drops every week during the season on the same channel you watch the Rogues. We will see you for Plank Talk. As always, go Rogues. wdere Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, wdere Medford Airport is pet friendly as well. Book a stay at wdere Medford Airport at wdere.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay. Hungry for pizza? Figaro's Pizza has you covered. From pizza to wings and even calzones, there is something for everybody at Figaro's. Order online at figaros.com or stop by our locations in Phoenix and Gold Hill. Check out our newest location, our Take and Bake food trailer in Eagle Point. Locally owned and operated, Figaro supports local schools and sports. Figaro's Pizza, proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. Top half of inning number 9 from Harry and David Field. A final call for the West Coast Kings. Brian Willich back with you on the Rogue Streaming Network. And the Rogues send in their closer. Caleb Randolph gets an opportunity to shut the door on the West Coast Kings. And this pitching change is brought to you by KTVL 10, Southern Oregon's home for sports and entertainment. The save situation is in effect for Caleb Randolph. And Caleb Randolph faces 1, 2, and 3 in the West Coast Kings batting order. John Bullock leads off the inning, followed by E.J. Cord and Clayton Miles. First pitch from the Central Point native, Caleb Randolph. First pitch. Fastball lasers in on the outside corner, strike 1. Randolph this season, 6 games so far, 6 1/3 innings pitched, 3 hits, no runs, no errors, 4 walks, 9 strikeouts, no ERA, 0.00, no wins, no losses, and 3 saves. Strike 1 pitch. Misses down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. John Bullock, the batter for the West Coast Kings, was initially the left fielder tonight, playing at first base. Lined down to the shortstop, Jay Neugebauer in the first. Drew a walk in the second. Fly down to the second baseman, Daniel Behrmann in the fourth. And it grounded out to the shortstop, Jay Neugebauer in the 7th. 1 ball and a strike. 1-1. Fastball finds the outer third. Strike 2. Caleb Randolph, the zookeeper, a guy who loves zoos and loves aquariums. Had 1 ball and 2 strikes. Randolph rocks on that first base side of the rubber, infield playing deep. 1-2, misses down and the count goes square. Two and 2. Cues it to the left side, takes it on a hop as Jay Neugebauer, the shortstop, the throw to first, and the throw's in time for out number 1. 6-3 on the ground out for the first out of the inning. 1 down, 2 to go in the 9th inning. Base is empty, 1 out. 7-6 lead for the Rogues. Here's the second baseman, E.J. Cord. E.J. Cord today reached on a base in the first inning. Struck out a pair of times as well. Caleb Randolph works on that first base side of the rubber. Randolph gets the signal from his battery mate, Chris Ortiz, steps off the rubber, and time taken. And Chris Ortiz has a conversation with Caleb Randolph. Pause the action, brought to you by the Awesome Pool Guy. Need to replace your vinyl pool liner? Call the Awesome Pool Guy, CCB 255-795. Big inning right now for the Rogues. Gotta find a way to shut the door on the West Coast Kings. 6 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the West Coast Kings tonight. Rogues, 7 runs, 8 hits, and 1 error. This is gonna be a very fun series tomorrow. For this very fun game tomorrow, and also that 3-game set to close out the homestand of the summer in July. First pitch. First pitch misses low. 1 ball, no strikes. E.J. Cord tonight doubled in the first, got the third base, was left stranded, flied out to the right fielder Olsen in the second. Struck out a pair of times in the 5th and in the 7th inning. 1 ball, no strikes. Takes a deep breath and the pitch. 1-0, fastball, dots the inside corner, strike 1. And talking about chocolate chip cookies, Caleb Randolph in the dugout today said, Brian, my grandmother's going to make you chocolate chip cookies. I'm excited about these chocolate chip cookies. Making it for the whole entire team. It's going to be a lot of fun. 1 ball, 1 strike. Randolph waits. And the 1-1. Breaking ball hits that towering shot. Deep left field. Wall, track, bye-bye. Home run for E.J. Cord. And we're all tied up at 7 apiece. And the West Coast Kings making a new ball game. And now Andrew Herbold is telling, and now head coach Kevin Olmstead's getting out of the dugout. They brought a Thor's hammer out of the dugout. And now Kyle Gross arguing his case with Andrew Herbold. So meanwhile, Caleb Randolph waits with Clayton Miles. And Kyle Gross arguing his case with Dan Conklin and Andrew Herbold. They brought the Thor's hammer out onto the field of play. And Kyle Gross is talking with Andrew Herbold. Dan Conklin trying to separate the two. Kyle Gross trying to talk with Andrew Herbold. And did he give the signal? And I think he was tossed. Kyle Gross has been ejected from the game. Not happy with Andrew Herbold throughout the whole entire evening. And he's trying to still get a couple more words to him. And Kyle Gross not happy. Dan Conklin trying to break this one up. And Kyle Gross has been ejected from the game. And he walks. And now head coach Kevin Olmsted talks. And now head coach Kevin Olmsted trying to get an explanation, and he goes back to the dugout. So all tied up at 7 apiece. Clayton Miles, the batter now. Caleb Randolph's going to get a couple of tosses, more tosses, and this has been you think about it, a game changer. Rogues in that home ninth will have the opportunity to try to walk it off, but just got to get it across. So currently Kyle Gross is still in the dugout. And Kyle Gross continues, talks with his first base coach. And now Dan Conklin looks on. And Kyle Gross stays. He's going to keep walking, so he keeps stalling with the game. So meanwhile, Caleb Randolph waits on. Kyle Gross taking a while. And now Kyle Gross has his stuff, and he's going to head up the stairs, and he is out for the game tonight. So Kyle Gross is the only one ejected, but they can't start the play until they get him out of the dugout. So if you're just now tuning in, the head coach of the West Coast Kings, Kyle Gross, ejected from tonight's game. Game-tying home run from E.J. Cord in the 9th inning, and as well as another West Coast King leaves. So E.J. Cord leaves the game. So Cord leaves as well. So Kyle Cross and E.J. Cord ejected from the game. And now conversation continues on the stairs. And now Clayton Miles digs in. Tied ball game where we are in the top half of inning number 9. Rogues right now trying to limit the damage. A game-tying home run from E.J. Cord. So E.J. Cord and Kyle Gross. First pitch finds the outside third, strike one. First run given up by Caleb Randolph so far this season, trying to limit the damage. Ahead, no balls and a strike. Clayton Miles, the batter, got on base back in the 7th. Grounded out to the shortstop, Jay Neugebauer in the 1st. Grounded out to the second baseman, Daniel Behrmann in the 3rd. Struck out, ground ball, pulled foul to the right side. Quickly in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Miles struck out in the 5th, drew a walk in the 7th, was left on. Randolph sets, works on that first base side of the rubber. No balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. Fastball misses up and out, 1 ball, 2 strikes. But if you're a pitcher, if you are Randolph, how do you get the mental focus again after getting up a home run, and also the lengthy deliberation of getting Kyle Gross out of the dugout after being ejected? 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, fouls it off. We'll keep going. Caleb Hendricks waits on deck. So the question is, who do you put at second base to replace Cord after being ejected? Chris Ortiz talking with Caleb Randolph. This pause of the action is brought to you by the Asa Pool Guy. As your pool or hot tub need repairs, call the Asa Pool Guy, CCB 255-795. A game that has had a lot of twists and turns, a lot of highs and lows. 1-2. Fastball misses upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. Randolph gets the signal from Chris Ortiz. Works on that first base side of the rubber. Infield playing deep around the horn. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Randolph waits and fires a pitch. 2-2. Breaking ball. Cold strike 3 on the outside corner. That's a big strikeout for Caleb Randolph. Quickly 2 outs in the inning, all tied up at 7. So base is empty, 2 outs. Here's a cleanup hitter, Caleb Hendricks. 7-7 game between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Takes a deep breath is Caleb Randolph, and the pitch. First pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. In a game that has had the highs of highs and the lows of lows, Rogues in the home 9th send up Evan Saito, Jonathan Walsh, and Quentin Olson. No balls, 1 strike, and the pitch. Strike 1 pitch, misses up and out, 1 ball, 1 strike. Ball and a strike. Breaking ball misses inside, says the home plate umpire, Andrew Herbold. In a game that you think Rogues have the opportunity, E.J. Cord with a game-tying home run, and then again ejected. Kyle Gross getting ejected as well. Kyle Gross getting ejected. 2 balls and a strike, and the pitch. Breaking ball, called for a strike on the inside corner, and the count goes square. Randolph gets the signal, sets up on the first base side. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. Break hits that in the air, line drive, that's into right field. A base hit for Caleb Hendricks. It extends the inning. So a single from Caleb Hendricks puts a runner at first base, 2 outs, top of 9, 7-7 game between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. And now the Rogues trying to find a way to slow down Wyatt Miyamoto. Miyamoto so far tonight, 2 for 2 with a pair of walks. This guy's been pretty fun to watch at the dish so far tonight. He settles in. Caleb Randolph with an opportunity to try to shut the West Coast Kings down. Takes a deep breath, and the pitch. First pitch fastball, finds the outside corner, strike 1. Miyamoto tonight drew a walk and scored in the second, singled in the third, got the second to base, was left stranded there. Drew another walk, got around and went around and scored. Got a stolen base as well, doubled and scored in the 8th inning. No balls, 1 strike. Randolph sets, dancing around at first base, throws it over to first base as Randolph just for an insurance, and Hendricks gets back to the bag. Still no balls and a strike. glances at first base again. Medium-sized lead for Hendricks. Koester holding the runner. No balls, 1 strike, the pitch. Breaking ball misses upstairs, or fastball rather. 1 ball, 1 strike. Randolph glances at first base. Delivers the 1-1. And the pitch. 1-1, swing and a miss, good fastball, strike 2. Caleb Randolph trying to limit the damage. Randolph sets, works on that first base side of the rubber. 1-2 home. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 strikeouts for Caleb Randolph, limits the damage, but we have a tied ball game, a game-tying home run from ejected, and it's all tied up at 7 apiece. Can the Rogues walk it off in the home half of inning number 9 in the top of this inning? 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 left. Hendricks left on at first base. Home half of inning number 9. Let's get rowdy. Evan Saito, Jonathan Walsh, Quentin Olson due up. Rogues going to try and make this interesting on this Tuesday night. More after this on the Rogue Streaming Network. Rogue CN Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, Rogue CN Medford Airport is pet friendly as well. Book a stay at Rogue CN Medford Airport at roguegreenscn.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay. Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3- and 4-bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet-friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates. It is go time in the home half of inning number 9. West Coast Kings 7, Medford 7. In game 1 of this 2-game set, it's been a very fun opening game of this 2-game series, and the Rogues have the opportunity to walk this one off. Evan Saito leads off the inning, followed by Jonathan Walsh and Quentin Olson. My name is Brian Welch of the Rogue Streaming Network. Happy to have you aboard wherever you may be tuning in. Rogues thought they were going to get this job done at the top of the 9th, but a game-tying home run from ejected tied the ball game up at 7 apiece. He was ejected, and then head coach Kyle Gross was ejected as well for the West Coast Kings. First pitch to Evan Saito, misses upstairs. 1 ball and no strikes. The new second baseman for the West Coast Kings, replacing Cord, is Ron Dutt from Yuba College. The 49er is at second base. Infield playing deep around the horn. It is still the same pitcher for the West Coast Kings, number 45. 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0. Fastball misses outside at 2 balls, no strikes. Evan Saito tonight in the 7th spot, popped out to the catcher Hendricks in the 2nd. Reached on an RBI fielder's choice, had a stolen base, got the second base, but was left stranded. 2 balls, no strikes, and the pitch. 2-0. Fastball misses outside at 3 balls, no strikes. A little bit of activity brewing in that West Coast Kings bullpen down the right field line. Works on that first base side. 3 balls, no strikes, and the pitch. 3-0, misses up and in. Ball 4. Evan Saito takes first. Lead-off walk for the Rogues. 1 on, nobody out. We are on the bottom of 9. Here is Jonathan Walsh. His first at-bat of the evening. The young man from Dover, Tennessee, settles in for his first trip of the night. A runner at first base. That's the game-winning run right there. Let's see how aggressive head coach Kevin Olmstead and company get. Jacob Seitz, the first base coach, giving a couple of words to Evan Saito. Some words of encouragement. Let's go for it. Jonathan Walsh settles in for his first trip. Third baseman Maniva even is playing on the grass in third at third base. First offering to the righty. First pitch finds that inside corner, strike one. Jonathan Walsh this season a .268 hitter. One extra base hit, one triple, 2 runs batted in so far. Usually been the table setter for the Rogues. But coming off the bench and trying to provide a little bit of excitement in this inning. No balls, 1 strike. And the pitch. Scores for a bunt, gets it down, picks it up as the pitcher throws it over to first base, and the throw's on the money. The sack bunt moves Saito over to first base. Rogues in business. 1 on, 1 out. We are in the bottom of 9, all tied up at 7 between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. Here's a right fielder, Quentin Olson. Question is, if you're the Rogues, how aggressive do you get? The Rogues right now in a quick conversation between the shortstop, between Porter and the reliever. Conversation breaks up. Quentin Olson so far has had a great night at the dish in his Medford Rogues debut. A double in the third. Reached on an air and drew a walk. Drew a walk as well. So the young man from Lane Community College going to try to play hero in the 9th inning. Evan Saito with a big lead at second base. Gets back to the bag. A bluff from the pitcher. We'll still waiting for that first pitch. From Scappoose, Oregon, just north of Portland. Quentin Olson has had a great night at the dish, reaching all 4 times. First one. Fastball misses outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Talked about it before. Quentin Olson doubled in the third, was left stranded at second base. Drew a walk in the 5th. He came around and scored. Reached on an error. And E1, in fact, got a stolen base at second base. Got the third, but was left stranded there as well. 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0. Fastball upstairs. A throw over to second base by the catcher Hendricks. And the tag applied late, says the first base umpire Dan Conklin. 2 balls, no strikes. Quentin Olson has had quite the night so far. And now all-plate umpire Andrew Herbal telling the Rogues dugout, just get back in the dugout, please. Rogues have not walked it off this season. Two balls, no strikes, and the pitch. 2-0. Finds the outer third, strike 1. Olson trying to find a little bit more offense. Infield playing deep around the horn. Dutt is the new second baseman playing on the lip and right center. Two balls, 1 strike. And the pitch. 2-1. Fastball elevated. Ball 3. What do you think's going through Quentin's mind right now? Had 3 balls and a strike. Top of the order guy, Daniel Behrmann, waits on deck. Stars and Stripes blowing softly into the ballpark on this Tuesday evening. 3 balls, 1 strike. Saito at second base, and the 3-1. Clips that inside corner, and the count fills. And what a night we've had so far. A couple of ejections, a home run. A great baseball game. What's going to happen tomorrow? Just been a good series opener. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. 3-2, misses outside, ball 4. Quentin Olson takes first. Second walk issued in this inning by the reliever. So runners at first and second, 1 out. All tied up at 7 apiece between the West Coast Kings and the Medford Rogues. We go back to the top of the order. Daniel Behrmann settles in. His 6th at-bat of the night as the table setter for the Rogues. Has reached on base 4 times so far tonight. A little bit of pressure. 45, the pitcher for the West Coast Kings, sets up on that first base side. Saito at second base, Olsen at first. Steps off the rubber, chases Evan Saito back over to second base without a throw. In a game that has had the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, Rogues going to try to close out this night on a high. First offering. Fastball misses inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Daniel singled in the first, got all the way to third base. Was left-handed there, struck out in the third. Great bunt single down the third base side and scored when he reached on base. Drew a walk and was forced out at second base. Drew a walk in the 7th and could not get across. 1-0, finds that top third, and the count goes 1 ball and 1 strike. And what a night we've had so far at the yard. One ball, 1 strike. Long pause and the pitch. Runners go. And a throw not going to be attempted. And put runners in scoring position at second and third. Hendricks wanted better interference. And the Rogues with a double steal are only 90 feet away from scoring now. Time taken. And head coach Kevin Olmsted huddles up the crew. In a game that has had everything in between, Evan Saito drew a walk. Sack bunt put down by Jackson Rosenthal to get the runner of Saito to second base. Quentin Olsen drawing a walk. And now Daniel Behrmann trying to capitalize. You think about this whole entire game. The Rogues getting this double-header sweep against the Solano Mudcats on Sunday. Trying to go back on their winning ways on a winning streak. And trying to start off the week on the right note. Daniel Behrmann ahead 2 balls and a strike after the coaches meeting. After that meeting with Jacob Seitz and head coach Kevin Olmsted. Big pitch upcoming. Infield closes in for the West Coast Kings. Runners at second and third. Evan Saito at third base. Quentin Olsen at second base. Saito at third. Olsen at second base. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch from the righty. Fastball misses outside. 3 balls, 1 strike. And Andrew Herbal not happy with the West Coast King dugout for their opinion about the strike zone tonight. Daniel Behrmann trying to play hero in the home half of inning number 9. 3 balls, 1 strike. And the delivery. 3-1, hits that in the air. Sky high, left center field. Makes the grab, tagging from third, and scoring is Evan Saito. And on a sac fly, the Rogues walk it off for the first time in 2026. Daniel Behrmann, the hero in the home half of inning number 9, and Medford takes game 1 of the 2-game set. And how about the Rogues tonight? An 8-7 walk-off sac fly, and the Rogues are on a 3-game winning streak.
He was 1 for 2 batting. He had 5 steals.
And the Rogues have had their moments, and the West Coast Kings coaching staff not happy with the umpires, but the Rogues are happy tonight. 8-7 win. Rogues take game 1. We'll wrap this one up for you when we come right back after this. Rogues improved to 14-5 overall in the season, 3-2 in Pacific Empire League action. The West Coast Kings fall to 12-8 overall in the season and 3-4 in Pacific Empire League play. Hope you can stay tuned for the Rogues post-game show. It's coming up right after this. Rogues win on a crazy win tonight 8 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Rogues. 7 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error for the West Coast Kings. Rogues post-game show coming up right after this. Keep it here on the Rogue Streaming Network. Looking for a place that actually feels like home? Check out Oak Ridge Estates in Phoenix, Oregon. This manufactured home community is selling brand new 3- and 4-bedroom homes with everything ready for you. A full kitchen appliance package, private carports, extra storage, and fresh landscaping all included. It is a whole vibe, pet-friendly, all ages, and packed with perks like a saltwater pool, hot tub, fitness center, playground, and clubhouse. Stop by 300 Lumen Road or call 541-535-6227 to book your tour today. Discover your place to call home at Oak Ridge Estates. Hungry for pizza? Figaro's Pizza has you covered. From pizza to wings and even calzones, there is something for everybody at Figaro's. Order online at figaros.com or stop by our locations in Phoenix and Gold Hill. Check out our newest location, our Take and Bake food trailer in Eagle Point. Locally owned and operated, Figaro's supports local schools and sports. Figaro's Pizza, proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. Looking to buy or sell in the Rogue Valley? David Case of Windermere Realty has you covered. Windermere Realty has been serving the Rogue Valley for over 30 years. David, a proud husband and father, has been a broker in the Rogue Valley for almost a decade. From residential and rural to commercial, David can handle it all. Contact David Case if you're looking to buy or sell at 541-944-9330. Windermere Realty and David Case, proud supporters of Medford Rogues baseball. Rogue CN Medford Airport is a proud supporter of Medford Rogues baseball. It's the best place to recharge your batteries in Medford. Enjoy the indoor pool and spa. Don't forget about the workout room as well. Big event or small, their banquet hall has you covered. Plus, Rogue CN Medford Airport is pet friendly as well. Book a stay at Rogue CN Medford Airport at roguegreencn.com. Your perfect place in Southern Oregon to eat, play, and stay.
Planning to move? Choose Pods, the most awarded container moving company. Whether you're moving across town or across the country, Pods brings the container to you. Keep it as long as you like and pack at your own pace. When you're ready, we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure pod storage center until you need it. And best of all, you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Book at pods.com today.
Discover the Life Plan community in the heart of the Rogue Valley. Here, your days are filled with opportunities to express yourself, engage your mind and body, and share your life with great new friends. You can connect, grow, and thrive. Our hilltop location is near world-class vineyards, the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, and the Brit Music and Arts Festival. Rogue Valley Manor, Southern Oregon's premier Life Plan community.
That is how you start off the week. A walk-off win for the Medford Rogues, and they take game one of the 2-game set against the West Coast Kings. 8-7 the final from Harry and David Field. Hi, everybody. My name is Brian Welch of the Rogue Streaming Network. Happy to have you aboard wherever you may be tuning in. And welcome to the Rogues post-game show. It wasn't pretty, but the Rogues got it across the finish line. Rogues officially on a 3-game winning streak after a walk-off sac fly from Daniel Behrmann to drive in the game-winning run from Evan Saito from third base. And the Rogues are victorious tonight in the Rogue Valley. Take a listen to the highlights. Before we do that, let's take a look at the final line score. For Medford, 8 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. West Coast Kings, 7 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error. The top half of inning number 1, Aiden Bowman got the start. Gave up a double from E.J. Cord. Got all the way to third base, was left stranded. Miles and Hendricks grounded out to close out the inning for the West Coast Kings. In the bottom half of inning number 1, Rogues had an opportunity with runners in scoring position, but it was a 3-6-3 twin killing that wiped that opportunity off the board. Key and Sanchez grounded out as well. In the top half of inning number 2, West Coast Kings got their first runs across this evening. They led 2-0. An RBI double from Tyler Hubbard and an RBI ground out from Zach Altamura made it a 2-0 lead for the West Coast Kings. In the home half of the second, the Rogues went in order 1, 2, 3. In the third inning, West Coast Kings had runners in scoring position at second and third base, but a strikeout from Aiden Behrmann found a way to found a way to shut the door on the West Coast Kings, and it was Caleb Malloy who came in to draw the flyout to close the book on the inning. In the home half of inning number 3, Trey Kotze flied out to the left fielder Bullock, and then Quentin Olson, his first time in the Medford Rogues uniform in his Medford Rogues debut, had this play to get the offense moving. Around the horn for the West Coast Kings. Payoff pitch. 3-2, curves into left field, and it drop. It is a fair ball. Into the corner it goes. Rounding first, digging for 2 is Quentin Olson, and he drops the anchor at second base. That ball was just going foul, but somehow stayed right of the line and saw some of the chalk. And Quentin Olson records his first hit in the Medford Rogues uniform. Welcome to the Medford Rogues, Quentin Olson. And Quentin Olson, in that inning, the Rogues could not get him across home plate, but that was the big shot for the offense in the home half of inning number 3. Top half of inning number 4, 1-2-3 went the West Coast Kings. That was a big pitch in a big inning for Caleb Malloy. Got a couple of strikeouts, had 4 total punch-outs in relief tonight. That was in the top half of inning number 4. The bottom half of the 4th, Rogues capitalized, and they got runners across with an RBI fielder's choice. Drive it in Larsen Koester. Evan Saito providing the offense for that. It was a 2-1 lead for the West Coast Kings after the 4th inning. In the top half of inning number 5, 1-2-3 went the West Coast Kings. Bottom half of the 5th. This is where it gets kind of fun. This is a very fun game, and the Rogues thought that they would find some ways to get himself going. How about this play from Daniel Behrmann? The runner. First pitch, scores for a bunt, gets it down the third base side, picking it up as Hawking slides, and he can't. The throw to first base, and the throw's late. Bunt single for Daniel Behrmann. Rogues using the small ball well in this inning, and they crack with runners, put runners at first and second, and you like the small ball by Daniel Behrmann. And you'll hear from Daniel Behrmann a little bit later on. He made a big part in the game, and doing that small ball set the Rogues up for a big offensive productivity. 3 runs came across in the inning. It was a 4-2 lead for the Rogues in the top half of inning number 6. 2 runs came across. A pair of an RBI double from Ryan Hubbard and a RBI single from James Hartman. He was gunned down at first base on the pickoff move, and then Blake Porter, the next batter, to close out the inning, found out you don't want to test Chris Ortiz, especially with 2 outs in the inning. 0-2, runner goes. Pass ball outside, the throw over to second base by Chris Ortiz, and the tag's in time. Chris Ortiz guns down Blake Porter. And that's how you close out the top half of inning number 6. 2 runs come across. And in that, you think about, Blake Porter was gunned down at second base. And the home half of inning number 6, Rogues got some runners across with 1 run. Evan Saito scored on that on the RBI fielder's choice from Logan Macy. Rogues thought they were in the driver's seat in that bottom half of inning number 6, top half of inning number 7. Clayton Miles got aboard with a walk, but was shut down, and that was a big inning for the Rogues, especially on the hill. In the bottom half of inning number 7, Rogues got a couple of runs across, and how about this hit from Evan Saito? No balls and a strike. Fastball gets away from the catcher, Hendricks. Scoring from third is Kian Sanchez. Slides across home plate. And the Rogues capitalize on another wild pitch and pass ball tonight. And I spoke too soon. That was actually when Evan Saito was at the dish on that pass ball. Drove in a run, and 2 runs came across in the home half of inning number 7. Top half of inning number 8. 2 runs came across for the West Coast Kings, and it made it a 7-6 lead for the Rogues. Bottom half of the 8th, the Rogues had a base runner on of Chris Ortiz with 2 outs, but could not get anything going. Medford sent in their closer, Caleb Randolph. He thought everything was going well until ejected went deep to left field, and he tied the ball game up, but there was a couple of ejections Kyle Gross was ejected, head coach of the West Coast Kings, and as well as E.J. Cord. So they were out of the game. So E.J. Cord had to be replaced by Ryan Dutt. So that was a tied ball game heading into the home half of inning number 7. Evan Saito in the bottom half of the ninth drew a walk to lead off the inning. Sack bunt put down perfectly by Jonathan Walsh. Put Evan Saito at second base. And then Quentin Olson in his debut in the Medford Rogues uniform, reaching on base all 5 plate appearances in the inning. You think about what he did. That was a big play and put runners at first and second, then the double steal. And then Daniel Behrmann takes us home on this Tuesday evening.
Daniel Behrmann trying to play hero in the home half of inning number 9. 3 balls, 1 strike, and the delivery. 3-1, hits that in the air, sky high, left center field, makes the grab, tagging from third, and scoring is Evan Saito, and on a sac fly, the Rogues walk it off for the first time in 2026. Daniel Behrmann, the hero in the home half of inning number 9, and Medford takes game 1 of the 2-game set.
Daniel Behrmann playing hero tonight in the Rogue Valley. 8-7 victory on a walk-off sac fly. Medford improves to 14-5 overall in the season, 3-2 in Pacific Empire League action. West Coast Kings fall to 12-8 overall in the season, 3-4 in Pacific Empire League play. And a very fun night at the ballpark. You think about what the Rogues did tonight, finding ways to get the job done. This team has been battle-tested. And it's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of chirping back and forth between the two programs. A very interesting game 2 tomorrow, 6:35 first pitch. We'll get going at 6:15 for the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. We'll pick our player of the game before we go on the Rogues post-game show. And I think you think about it, Daniel Behrmann is a definite, obvious the candidate for player of the game with his sac fly, driving in Evan Saito. That was the play of the game, and with the walk-off win on the sac fly. So Daniel Behrmann is our player of the game. Take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard and the standings. That is brought to you by Kramer Cabinets. A couple of games have already gone final, but couple of games have already gone final. 3-0 Healdsburg takes care of business of Lincoln at Recreation Park in the Napa Valley. Humboldt wins 8-1 against the Marysville Giants at the Arcata Ballpark. And of course, our game in the bottom half of the ninth, and it finished up 8-7 victory for the Medford Rogues. And the Rogues, more importantly, 3-2 in Pacific Empire League action. Take a look at the standings after wrapping this one up. So it is officially, Healdsburg is 4-1. They're atop the league. Lincoln's not far behind in second place. They're 4-2. Tied for second place with the Solano Mudcats. Medford not far behind. They are in sole possession of third place currently. Humboldt is 2-2. West Coast Kings 3-4. And the Marysville Giants 1-8. A very fun night at the ballpark. The out-of-town scoreboard and the standings brought to you by Kramer Cabinets. Game 2 tomorrow, final game of this 2-game set. These two teams will see each other for a total of 5 meetings. And Game 2 is going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. Bring your popcorn, 6:35 first pitch. We'll get going at 6:15 for the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. Fun one tonight at Harry and David Field. Medford gets their first walk-off win of 2026. And I was talking with a buddy of mine yesterday. I was like, yeah, we have not had a walk-off win yet this season, but able to answer the call. And the Rogues get the walk-off win tonight. 8-7 to final on a walk-off sac fly from Daniel Behrmann, driving in his college teammate, Evan Saito. And that will have that for you tomorrow, 6:35 first pitch. We'll get going at 6:15 for the Awesome Pool Guy on Deck show. But for everyone that has put this broadcast together on the Rogue Streaming Network, for everyone that has been a part of this broadcast, Brian Welch saying goodbye. Have a good evening. Repeating the final score from Harry and David Field. Medford walks it off for the first time in 2026. 8-7 to final, courtesy of Daniel Behrmann, sac fly, driving in his college teammate, Evan Saito from third base. Medford takes game 1 of the 2-game set against the West Coast Kings. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching and listening to Medford Rogues.